Can y'all see me? Whatever. Let me share screen because I want to do this correctly, properly. So I'm going to clip this later. Okay. So this is from the copyright.gov, U.S. Copyright Office. It says, for information on fair use, index last updated May 2021. Fair use is a legal doctrine that promotes freedom. Oh, what the fuck? Can y'all even hear me? Hold on. Let's run this back. This is what happens when you just jump in. I normally have this already set, but give me a second. Okay. Okay. Testing. Back to this. Okay, like I said, this is copyright.gov, U.S. Copyright Office. More information on fair use. Fair use is a legal doctrine that promotes freedom of expression by permitting the unlicensed use of copyright-protected works in certain circumstances. Section 107 of the Copyright Act provides the statutory framework for determining whether something is a fair use and identifies certain types of uses such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research as examples of activities that may qualify as fair use. Section 107 calls for consideration of the following 4 factors in evaluating a question of fair use: purpose and character of the use, including whether the use of the commercial nature or is for nonprofit educational purposes, nature of the copyrighted work, amount and substantiality of the portion used in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole, effect of the use upon the potential market for or value of the copyrighted work. Okay, so anything I use for you guys, hit me up if you want me to remove it, edit it, or whatever. Nothing is used to infringe on anybody's intellectual property. I don't intend on doing that, and I don't intend on profiting from anyone's intellectual property. So I'm glad to edit or delete anything that's any of my videos that I've used of anybody. So that's it. Is there more on this? I don't see nothing else. Hopefully that's good enough. I'm going to use this as a clip. I'm going to use this as a clip later. So I'll be back. I'm still setting up, really.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
Back and forth, and you know I'm swinging bows. I'm about to change course, go home and changing clothes. I'm looking at this bitch, it seems like she's saying no. I'ma hit the streets, though I'm supposed to be laying low. I'm following the buzz, never know which way it go. Keep on bringing heat, cause the G.O.D. say it so. Sailing on the beat, so you can't chop and play it so. She got me for a piece, now I'm about to pay the hoe. Stop smoking, switch the sweets, where I gotta take a toke. Now I got a little guac, now I gotta make it grow. Keep on thinking we some hee-haw, ma and pa folks. We gon' hit you in your teeth, we keep a buzz saw closed. I've been on it shit, so we gon' do this my way. And we just getting started, so gon' say your grace. I'ma eat you rappers, though I won't enjoy the taste. I'm closing your estates while you falling on the stakes. I'm rolling on the base while you rolling on the face. Sitting on the place, not knowing I'ma take your fast, slowing and it's fate. So I'm gonna wait, time will come, down will be done. I saw it and I said that it was great.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
It's not just talent.
That's what you ought to do.
You gotta know what the fuck you doing.
Shawty come and jump in my ride.
That's what you ought to do.
When the sun is starting to shine. You feel like calling you? I think I wanna give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing shine, show me your grind. That's what you ought to do.
I will hit any chick who likes sodomy, sex on stilts. While the big top watching me, I eat fish like a culinary apology. I leave you like an open home. I just can't quit. Feel like it's a part of me. My wrist on lit. Time to join the party. We check the list quick. Who got the bottle? See a poker face chip. I know she gonna swallow me, bite my lip. While I'm watching people watching me, that's not it. Won't you climb right on top of me? My mind's so sick. It's a function of my bodily. My mind's so sick. It's a function of my bodily. I feel it, you feel it. She say I'm feeling it inside of me. I dig it, you dig it. We digging all over your bodily. Come get it, I'm with it. I'm gon' get it on the bottom. Come get it, I'm with it. I'm gon' get it on the bottom.
Shawty come and jump in my ride. That's what you ought to do. When the sun is starting to shine. You feel like calling you? I think I wanna give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing sign, show me your grind. That's what you ought to do.
I done heard, I done thought, now I wonder and wanna see.
You said you really are the king of the jungle, but can it be? Now you really gotta work and be holding the head of me. Cause if you don't know how to stroke, it could cause a catastrophe. I'm a soldier, so I seek and destroy you so naturally. Put some scratches on your back and then ask what the matter be. Demonstrations why the dudes and the women be after me. Leaving weak and desperate, crying to see me on bad knees. They saying where she go? Daylight, flashlight, put me on extra glow. I tried to tell you though, platinum sunshine's about to blow. Shawty come and jump in my ride. That's what you ought to do. The platinum sun is starting to shine. You feel like calling you? I think I wanna give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing shine, show me your grind. That's what you ought to do. Shawty come and jump in my ride. That's what you ought to do. Platinum sun is starting to shine. You feel like calling you? I think I wanna give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing shine, show me your grind. That's what you ought to do.
You want it, so come on, we gonna follow me. We light fires like Hanukkah, marijuana by the tree, like a harmonica. Lick it with no teeth. I like when it's sloshing and getting salty like the sea. Gotta slide it off and make sure it's softening for me. Reach the top of the mountain and have you sounding out your sheet. It sound like it's coughing and talking, saying more please. I'm sticking and stabbing it. Jason for a heat. Roll it on over and gon' get on the floor, please. Some you born in October, long as you over 18. Going to prison for pussy, just something that I can't see. Old bitch and she ready, she can munch a dick mean. Gon' hop in my Chevy, we bout to hit the scene, man, the spot is so heavy. We hopping out scene, man, I'm fresh and so ready. Popping like team, man, I'm fresh and so ready. Popping like team.
Shawty come and jump in my ride. That's what you ought to do. The platinum sun is starting to shine. You feel like calling you? I think I wanna give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing shine, show me your grind. That's what you ought to do. Shawty come and jump in my ride. That's what you ought to do. The platinum sun is starting to shine. You feel like calling you? I think I wanna give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing shine, show me your grind. That's what you ought to do.
I ain't feeling your side, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I ain't feeling your side, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I'm digging your wife, she playing my mic. She really so nice, I call her my light. I say we off light, cause we stay up all night. Bet you ain't know she to take it all tight. Tell her, bend it over, let me take a small bite. Been waiting since October, see that ass fall right. Looking around the room, see passport eyes. And adrenaline feeling like a NASCAR ride. When the people ask about this, your ass gon' lie. Cause the truth is you did what you do in your life. Can't nobody tell you what to do with your life. Girl, gon' turn it over cause I know what you like. It's hard in the color of the asphalt, right? Just lay back and wonder what the past was like. While you looking at your panties ripped in half, that's right. While you looking at your panties ripped in half, that's right. I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling feeling my life. Let me tell you a little something about life. Win, lose or draw, I'm still taking your life. I mean, if you ever wanna fucking come in my sight, you scream like you never screamed in your life. Flip it on over, gon' do it like this. Not riding with a soldier, then you ride against it. Looking from the other side, make your stomach get sick. Every person scheming, thinking he the one to get rich. Ever sit and really think what you would do with one wish? And if you knew afterward, you'd be sleeping with fish. Style will be done, here we come. Bearing gifts, these images make you wanna grab your crucifix. It's getting dark outside, no sleeping past 6. Not living in fear, cause that's really not it. If you owe me something, Nick, better give me my shit. If you owe me something, Nick, better give me my shit. I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'ma get inside, I'ma get inside. I'm feeling my life, I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. Sliding on in, this is it, instant win. If hip hop broke, pour on some, fix it then. Take real life shit, go ahead and mix it in. Not just streets unless that's where you sleeping in. They hungry out there, that's why we eating in. Honestly, don't even let the church thinking in. Blasphemous if you think I'm speaking sin. Survival is a must for all the creatures in. If you feeling life's tough, then you probably need a fin. Have a sucker, popsicle or something, take it in. Sharp teeth, eat meat, origin involvement. Why the UFC give you more than a grin? Why you take a seat when the foraging begin? Why you gotta creep just horn in the wind? I'ma stop cause I'm just Al Gore with a pen. I'ma stop cause I'm just Al Gore with a pen. I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. Hitting niggas in they fucking head with a crack. You bustin', I'm bustin' back with a gat that spits venom. Hitting niggas in they fucking head with a crack. You bustin', I'm bustin' back with a gat that spits venom. Hitting niggas in they fucking head with a crack. You bustin', I'm bustin' back with a gat that spits venom. Hitting niggas in they fucking head with a crack. You bustin', I'm bustin' back with a gat that spits venom. You sending black, and when the bottom of the ninth in this mag, you bleeds the cat's waxing them back. Waxing them.
Hey, what's up, Pat?
What's the deal?
And you guys out there, remember, we want you to be an activist. Don't take our word for it. Look that shit up, please.
Yes, sir.
Man, I'm still not together. I'm missing my lighter. I don't know where my vape is at. I'm all discombobulated. Wednesday show kind of always. I think
It's right in front of you. It's gonna be right in front of your face. You like, damn. Me tell you, I overlooked.
I hate that shit. I hate that about myself. How you feel, man?
Man, I feel pretty good, man. Shit, I'm about to end my work week after this load I'm on right now.
Yeah.
I'm in the town, bro. I'm in the town.
Oh yeah, you in Houston?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, man, that's what's up. Yeah, man, that's what's up. Shit.
You know we gotta hook up tomorrow, right?
That's cool. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow is Thursday.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's Thursday. I just got a class at 10. I got a class at 10 to like 12.
That sounds like good time.
After that, I'm free.
Yeah, I'm gonna be picking up my rental probably around that time. So
yeah, so just hit me, cause I'll be figuring out the rest of my day after that. I really need to buy a lamp. I've been meaning to do that and I haven't done it. A couple other things I need to do. I need to do some homework and shit, but whatever, hit me.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, man. So it's been a lot this week, huh? It's been a lot of news since we've been on, I think.
Oh my goodness. It's been everywhere. Like, Man, some of the shit. Well, I know you probably, maybe you got a chance to see some of the stuff I sent, but
Yeah, I
man, I
saw
looked
some
through
of it.
some of the stuff you sent, and I was like, what the?
Yeah. It's crazy, man. It's crazy, man. And the way, and we was talking about it before in the other video, how it's crazy how people can just beat the drum for war, bruh. Like a nuclear war at that.
Man, say, bro. Well, who's beating the drum for war? What do you mean by
The
that?
media. I mean, and a lot of people are. A lot of people are. A lot of people are. They're supportive of this. Like, okay, so like the latest developments are the pieces of Ukraine that had disputed territories. Russia is recognizing those territories, so they're seeing that Western NATO, let's say NATO, is seeing that as like an aggression on Ukraine. Which, I mean, you know how complicated this shit is. Russia had some influence in those particular regions related to, disorder, if you will. They had to have something to do with that because, Russia still sees all of Ukraine as Russia. So that's a real thing. They see it as a part of Russia. So, but it goes both ways. You know what I'm saying? What I mean is it's complicated. But I hear a lot of people talking about, like it seems like they're okay with going to war with Russia, bro.
Well,
Are y'all crazy?
But no. See, the thing is, there's a lot of things that's at stake for them, and they're like fighting tooth and nail to try to, keep. Because last year they lost their number one status to China. Blame it on the pandemic if you like, but hey, they're not number one anymore. There's like we got a lot of civil things going on here that
Yeah.
that needs to be corrected, and they ignore, like, act like, to some extent act like it's not even happening. You
Yeah.
know, things of justice, like things that we have, like they're out there trying to fix things around the world instead of fixing things at home. Clean your own home first before you start trying to do other bullshit.
Yeah.
But of course, when your trade is being messed up because you got two countries that's over in Africa making better deals than you will for those people. Because not to say that China and Russia are giving them the best deal, but it's still better than what the European nations are offering. So the Africans are deciding to do business with them. So they're losing stake in a lot of these places, and they're mad about it. That's one of the main reasons why this war is really happening. For at least for America, because and the rest of NATO, is because that's their chance to, they're using Ukraine as an excuse. That's simple and plain. They're using that as an excuse for the rest of the citizens to be like, oh yeah, we can't just let them just go do that. Oh, they're such bad people. But you're not really seeing the bulk of everything that's going on, putting everything together. You're gonna miss it. But
Yeah. So yeah, it's manipulation. It's damn it, I lost the word I wanted to use, but yeah, I mean I can't disagree with that. Distraction. That's the word I wanted to use.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
the main thing. That they're pumping, like they're making everything seem like it's one thing, but there's a whole nother agenda. Like they don't want to seem like they're losing or like their power is being diminished, but it just is. Like you done messed over people for so long, and they're just kind of like, all right, you know what? I'd rather deal with y'all than these other people because like they ain't,
And it's not just them, it's their system too, the system that they have upheld all this time, the way that they
Exactly.
do things. Yeah. It's
Exactly.
failed. It's failing. And that's we were talking about, because all these subjects are connected. Inflation, you know what I mean? Oh shit! I think I want to start off. I might want to talk about that fucking. Did you see the video where they were talking about Bill Gates and
Yeah,
Africa?
bro.
Yeah,
Oh wait a minute. Oh yeah, exactly. Like say,
yeah.
bro. I was like, but he makes those type of slip ups a lot. But nobody, like really points it out. Like the media wouldn't, like, you know, the regular, like CNN, like the Democratic or the left media is not gonna bring that up. They're gonna hide that. Like act like that conversation never happened.
Yeah,
Like
it's crazy.
how
It's
can you
crazy.
say that sadly the Omicron variant
I,
supersedes our vaccines?
yeah, sadly, unfortunately,
Yeah, unfortunately, people getting Omicron, really built up people's immunity better than these damn vaccines I've spent billions of dollars on.
well, yeah, sold billions of dollars worth of. I don't know. You know what I
Well, I
mean?
mean, but they don't get paid for them until people take them.
Yep. There's a whole bunch of vaccines sitting on the shelves now too.
Yes.
I saw a story about that. It's a shit ton of them that's about to expire and all kind of shit. They ain't, So when they needed the vaccines, they didn't have them. Now they don't need them, and they got them.
Yeah. Like a lot of people are kind of like, wait a minute, this is what I was worried about. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people's like, wait a minute, like I done got it now, and then he kind of pretty much, like, without saying it, he pretty much said that natural immunity fucking works.
And they still don't have no answer to this. Where it's like, okay, I caught it. So didn't my body produce antibodies to defend it?
Yeah.
You know.
So like if I get it again, uh, my body's gonna react the way like the doctors of yesteryear said, because it kind of did that this time. You know what I'm
That's what
saying? Like
happened. The Omicron is a milder version of the whole thing, and then it's like that's what it is. Ain't that what they give
th-
you in the
that's
vaccines? I
that's
mean,
what a
not the vaccines,
normal.
the antiviral, you know what I'm trying to say, the ones for the flu and shit. Because that's what this is. This is not like he say eradication. He said something about eradication. You can't eradicate the flu or the cold. I mean, maybe you can. Maybe I'm too short sighted, but I can't imagine the technology that would do that.
Well, I mean, what Omicron did, because it was a milder version, that's what we would normally do in, traditional vaccines. Would have given you a milder version, so like, whether it was synthetic or not or whatever. Uh, it you would get a mild version. You might feel some symptoms of this, that, and the other, but you end up being protected because your body now can recognize this thing that it needs to fight off when it sees it. So it was like Omicron ended up being a vaccine for people.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes so much sense. And then how they was talking about Africa and how and then he was like Australia did the best thing by shutting everybody down, but Africa seems like they didn't have no problems with it.
Well, and I know because they said like 80. They come to find out 80% of people in Africa got it, but like they weren't, like their hospitals wasn't getting filled up. It was like really no big deal. It's like they mentioned some kind of medication that a lot of them take when they get similar symptoms or whatever. But I think they named what it was, but you know this whole continent of all these different countries, because I remember a couple of months back they were like, it was somebody, I forget what country it was, but they were saying like, hey, why don't y'all share your vaccine as far as something that we can study, and we can recreate our own version of it, and we'll produce
and,
it
and
to the
and the
people.
Western world is so racist that they are not even like investigating what the hell Africa did. Like, god damn, it
What?
was a pandemic, bro. A whole bunch of people died. Wouldn't it behoove you to figure out what the hell happened over there? Like, really
Well,
be studying that shit.
I mean, rational people would. People who are, don't have a negative agenda. If somebody's really trying to help the people, like they're like, okay, whatever information they can get, no matter who it's from, like y'all did well with this. Okay, what the hell did y'all like? Would you please share? You know what I'm saying? Like, but no, I mean, they, and that's what tells me, like, they know, they've been knowing all this time, like this shit wasn't necessary, but I
I don't know. I don't
however,
know what to
man.
say. It took my breath. The video. I already knew all this. We've been talking about all this, but
Yeah,
but it's still shocking. Like it's still because like I say, it takes my breath. It takes my words out of my mouth. I don't know what to say.
yeah. Because I mean,
But
it's so like that one video. Like I don't know if we could play it or not, but
I'm
like
gonna play some of it. Yeah,
yeah,
I'm gonna
some
play the first
people,
half.
yeah, like for some people, like they need to really hear that because it's like so much, like the things that they don't say in between, like the things that they say, some things don't even have to be said because it's like, okay, for you to say this, then you obviously knew this, and that. If they really listening and paying attention, like it's pretty
Like it's a damn.
obvious.
It's like it's a damn game, bro.
But
And
but but
then
what but where is this being placed on? Like the mainstream media, where like
right.
like they
That's
know
who to
this.
blame. That's
They
who we need
know.
to be. That's whose ass everybody should be on all the time because it's like, how could a fuck, you guys know a lot of shit. How the fuck are y'all constantly misinforming people over and over and over and over and over? Then y'all get to continue to exist. If I kept failing at their job is to inform people. If you fail at your basic ass job, then you're gonna get fired.
Yeah.
Under normal circumstances.
Yeah, no. I mean, that's anybody. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, you might get away with it. The manager might like you. It's like, hey, you fucked up, right? You know you fucked up, right? Don't you? Like Minister Society back in the day. You done fucked up, right? All right. Well, look, I ain't gonna say nothing this time, but you know, get out there and do your job. But you continue
To
to
fail.
mislead the people, like making them feel like if they don't do this thing, you gonna die. Your
Yeah.
family gonna die. Your kids that ain't your grandkids that ain't been born yet, they gonna die.
The ancestors gonna die again.
Yeah, they gonna come back. They dying right now because you ain't doing what they dying in their deaths.
Yeah, man. Whenever it's something that they're saying to everybody, and then when everybody's crazy, another thing, that's why I sent a couple of those Joe Rogan clips because the media's been on Joe Rogan's ass, and I got to thinking about it, and I was like, okay,
Why?
that means I need to go check out some of Joe Rogan's shit because
I was saying the same thing to Deuce last night. Me and Deuce was talking last night, and he kind of brought it up. I was to say, bro, look, this is that whole thing that they did was trying to get black people to do their bidding. Like they wanted us to be so, upset because they don't like the shit he talks about. So they try to get us to get pissed off and do everything to get him banned or put off TV or this, that, and the other. So bro, we gotta stay, we gotta pay attention, bro, because like
yeah, we
they
gotta pay
they
attention.
they trying to use us to get their agenda. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, they don't want to help us do shit, but when it comes down to it, hey y'all, hey black folks, come look at this. Look what this guy's doing.
And
You know what I'm saying?
I've heard Joe Rogan over the years. I never really thought of him as a overtly racist white guy or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I never got
Yeah,
that impression from him at all. Like he
yeah.
talks to everyone. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but see, and that's the thing. Like, I don't know, like, cause I saw like, okay, I didn't really go into detail. I don't know if I was just too busy or whatever. But as far as the context in which he said it, like I didn't really pay enough attention. I was like, hey, they want to get rid of the dude. Oh, I mean, look, it ain't taking no breakfast off my table. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I didn't really give a shit. You know what I'm saying? They've been saying nigga forever, and look, y'all, yeah, it's unfair that how they treated Whoopi and whatever. But Whoopi got a boss. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's that's one of the biggest differences. They can chastise her, and but shit, them motherfuckers gave him half of his money up front. You know
And,
what I'm
and,
saying?
and people gotta acknowledge that, like, you know what I'm saying? He bringing viewers, and then we live in a capitalist society. He making a bunch of fucking money. They not finna fucking, man. He like the cash cow for Spotify.
Yeah, that part.
So come on, man. Look at the economics of it. But the part I'm talking about is how, like, okay, so they're trying to ban him, they're canceling him. They even made some new rules. I have a Spotify and I have stuff that I put on Spotify. And since that shit happened, now they got like a review they make you go look at or whatever. It's like our policies review. It said review our some kind of policies, whatever. And it's related to all this backlash related to Joe Rogan. But
Hmm.
like I say though, what the thing it did to me was make me be like, okay, I think I need to check out a little bit more Joe Rogan, because that's what I think. I think that he must have been saying, because it's hard. You can't cancel this guy, and he gets to say whatever he wants or whatever. He has on whatever guests he wants. So that's not like a controlled media, like the big media. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
random. It's random as fuck.
Well,
So,
exactly.
but that's why I said, okay, he must be talking about. He must have struck a nerve somewhere, and it wasn't the nigga comments or anything like that. It was something else, and that's where I'm like, okay, I need to check
You
out
know
a little
what?
bit of his shit.
You know what I think it really was. What might have really triggered a bunch of them is I saw the video with him and Jordan Peterson,
Yeah,
and they were having the conversation that they really don't want to get out. Like, it wasn't in full either, but it was kind of like one of those things that like make you think like, wait a minute, why are they talking about this? What was so special for them to like, what are they talking about? And it was really the whole kind of like black and white, like, what, I don't even like, like they clueless. Like, these are people who are very intelligent. I'm sure they know why the whole black and white thing, because it being political status, nothing to do with your skin. And like, just having it's like, look, I don't look white, I'm kind of peachish or whatever, and most black people I know, they're not black, they're brown, so it was like bringing up a conversation that I don't think that they really wanted, and he's unpredictable. Like,
yeah,
he's not one of their paid slaves that'll get on and say whatever they want them to say, and
yeah.
that's where their biggest problem is.
Talking head, because that's well, it kind of strikes the nerve on everything that we're talking about as far as the media, because we said the media is lying to us, but of course the words that's coming out of their mouth is not their words. Somebody wrote all that shit and organized. It's owned by like 4 companies, and they send out even to the local news. The local news is corporatized. It comes from a damn, it might not even be in the city.
Well,
um,
I mean, we've seen many examples of, like different news stations having the exact same,
yeah,
you know, like like the writers here, like, I mean, yeah, the story can be the same, but like they actually got the same, like they just end up with the same rhetoric.
exact words.
Yeah,
How Sway?
yeah, yeah,
How?
you know what I'm saying? So like that's when I saw that years ago, a couple of years back, I'm like, oh, okay, I see.
Yeah. Yeah. So okay, so we're saying that they're lying to us, right? But that's a coordinated effort. That's why they're not getting fired, because actually they are doing their jobs. because
exactly.
otherwise they would get fired. But they're not. They're
They're-
telling us that, you know, the media is supposed to be disseminating information to us. Meanwhile, they're telling these people, hey, these people ain't smart enough to fucking deal with what's actually the fuck happening. So we want y'all to tell them this and entertain them and be beautiful and cute.
Pretty much. Yeah, like look, you know how ignorant these people are. You know, if we give them too much information, who knows what'll happen. You're doing good for the community. You're doing good for mankind by doing this, because like it could be an uproar. It could,
And then,
you know,
if that comes along with a $350,000 a year salary or some shit with all kind of perks,
it depends on who you are. Because I mean, shoot, some of them get paid millions of dollars every year.
yeah. So that, I mean, that's enough incentive to be like, okay, fuck it. You know, it's like, I'm just one person. I can't really make a difference. I'm just gonna cash this check and take care of my family. Like, shit, say whatever these fucking people tell me to say. Fuck it.
Yeah, because I mean, you got, especially the ones that, because I mean, there's some of them that's out there that has their own, I guess you could say, their own platform that will lie to you in a minute because they want to be,
They're working for that job.
The favorite child, the favorite child. Or,
They're interviewing for their job at MSNBC or Fox or CNN or whatever the fuck. These damn talking head pundits, because that's all the news is now. How did it get to this point where it's like opinion, and these are random ass fucking people, and they just saying their opinion on the subject. Like, their opinion is valued just as much as mine or yours or anybody who's listening right now. So
well,
like,
if you really look at it, because they stopped calling them journalists a long time ago, because that holds to a certain degree of character. Like, you gotta, you know, that's
Right.
like a certain type of informer. But you know, somebody that's really giving real news, they started being commentators. They're just throwing comments out there. They're not
It's
real.
just random ass opinions that they're pulling out their ass, and then they pull up some guy and talk about, he's like, I'm a specialist, yeah, I'm an expert on this, and the way I think about it, another fucking opinion. Damn, bro, these are assholes blowing air. That's it. There's no news.
No,
I listen to the data. I want to hear the information, you know, and I can make up my own mind and make my own damn opinion. The show don't even have to be that long. That's part of what they do, because they're trying to make money, right? They keep the show going. Like, as if they just give you information and the show's over in like 15 minutes or 20, 30 minutes or whatever. They stretch they stretch 20 minutes worth of information into 4 hours.
I'm a little bit distracted right now. I'm at the place where I'm delivering, and I don't know where to. Look, find. Let me
I got the
take
video.
care.
Yeah, I'm finna play
go
it.
ahead and run it. I'm gonna try to run down these folks, and I'm gonna jump back in a little bit.
All right.
While speaking at the Munich Security Conference this past weekend, Bill Gates was asked about where he thinks we're at in regards to the pandemic. Here's his response.
Where would you assess where we are today in beating COVID-19?
Well, sadly, the virus itself, particularly the variant called Omicron, is a type of vaccine. That is, it creates both B cell and T cell immunity. And it's done a better job of getting out to the world population than we have with vaccines. If you do sero surveys in African countries, you get well over 80% of people have been exposed either to the vaccine or to various variants. And so, you know, what that does is it means the chance of severe disease, which is mainly associated with being elderly and having obesity or diabetes, those risks are now dramatically reduced because of that infection exposure. And, you know, it's sad. We didn't do a great job on therapeutics. You know, only here 2 years in, do we have a good therapeutic? Vaccines, it took us 2 years to be in oversupply. Today, there are more vaccines than there is demand for vaccines. And that wasn't true. And next time we should try and make it, instead of 2 years, we should make it more like 6 months, which certainly, some of the standardized platform approaches, including mRNA, would allow us to do that. So, it took us a lot longer this time than it should have.
So there's a lot to unpack here in that clip, so we're going to break it down bit by bit. First, he says, sadly, Omicron is a type of vaccine, that it creates both B-cell and T-cell immunity. Now, why he says sadly is anyone's guess, and many people are speculating. We know Omicron comes with a much lower risk of death, so it seems like it would be more of a relief than sad for Omicron to be infecting people and giving them protection from more severe possible future variants. But the fact is, he admits Omicron is a type of vaccine. In other words, Bill Gates admits natural immunity is a real and robust thing. Where was he when when nurses and doctors were being fired for refusing vaccines because they already essentially had one previous infection? He then goes on to talk about Africa and how 80% of the population in many areas of the continent have been exposed to either various variants of the virus or to the vaccine, and this has given them protection. He says the chance of severe disease is now dramatically reduced because of it. And I'm not sure what's sad about that, especially when you take a closer look at Africa. Africa has fared quite well during this pandemic, despite having hardly any vaccination. Here's a map showing vaccine doses administered per 100 people. You can see Africa has very low rates of vaccination. All the areas that are light yellow have a vaccination rate of around 5% or less. Yet here's cumulative deaths per million. So there it is. Africa has had very low deaths as well. However, according to seroprevalence data, many areas of Africa were hit hard with the virus. Last month, NPR covered Africa's high seroprevalence in a piece titled, "Africa May Have Reached the Pandemic's Holy Grail." In the article, they detail how scientists in Malawi were shocked to discover that the majority of Malawians had been infected long before Omicron emerged. The scientists discovered that Malawi, I keep messing up this name here, but you can forgive me, right? Malawi, along with many other countries on the continent, had already reached an endemic stage, with 80% of the population having already been infected before Omicron. The same discovery was made in Kenya, Madagascar. Jambo, a researcher working on the data, said there was absolutely no way we would have guessed that this thing spread that much. They were expecting it to be somewhere around 10%, not 80%. And the reason they wouldn't have guessed this is because they hadn't had any overwhelmed hospitals and deaths in the area like much of the world has experienced. So the article says country after country there seems to have experienced the same pattern, a huge rise in infections that has not been matched by a commensurate spike in hospitalizations and death. So it's curious as to why Africa was apparently hit hard with previous variants, yet never went into crisis modes. Now, there are various theories. The continent is younger, and we know younger people do much better against COVID, but there are still elderly people in Africa, and yet they weren't showing up to the hospital in droves. Another theory is Africa is, by and large, much thinner, with lower rates of diabetes and heart disease. We know COVID tends to be worse in the obese and those with hypertension and diabetes, so it's possible their lower body weight saved them. Others say it was the continent's regular and widespread use of ivermectin. Bill Gates said, "It's sad. We didn't get good therapeutics until 2 years into the pandemic." Well, maybe we would have had some sooner had we not demonized every promising option and actually conducted honest studies. Nonetheless, the virus ripped naturally throughout Africa with very few consequences, and we should probably figure out why. Now, this should also cause us to question all of the measures we've taken and how effective they've been. Johns Hopkins has already come out saying most of our measures have caused more harm than good and shouldn't be used again. Yet, here's Bill Gates seemingly recommending that next time we do what Australia has done.
Is it possible to prevent the next pandemic?
Yes, if every country does what Australia did, then you wouldn't be calling it a pandemic. That's all.
Yikes. Bill Gates is not a doctor. He's not a scientist, an epidemiologist, or a health expert. But he's a man of disproportionate influence because in this world, money nearly buys everything, and it certainly buys power. He has given billions of dollars to some of our most influential organizations that make decisions on how we handle these sorts of health situations. If he's walking away from this thinking Australia is the way to go, then people who value freedom and choice should be worried, especially since he says we'll see another pandemic. And Robbie's really going to hate hearing this, but he says we'll still be forced to wear masks to some degree. Take a listen.
In terms of combating COVID-19 and the potential for another pandemic, are we going to see another pandemic before we are able to beat this one?
Well, we'll have another pandemic, it will be a different pathogen next time. We'll have some rebound. This pathogen, we don't have a tool to do eradication. We'd like to have a new generation of vaccines that would be suitable. I mean, ideally, we'd get rid of families of respiratory viruses, including the flu family and the coronavirus family. And I do think in the next decade, we can come up with an eradication vaccine. That's an aspiration, not a guarantee, but we should put R&D dollars into that. There's already a lot of work that's been done on a universal flu vaccine, and the data on that looks very promising. So we'll have rebounds, but they'll be more typical seasonal flu levels, where of course we don't generally shut things down. Although in the future, some degree of mask wearing probably will be indicated, but we won't get death levels at the kind of acute level that we're still experiencing today as the Omicron wave passes through on a global basis.
So are you guys ready for the next pandemic?
Well, all in all, though, that was certainly not the most unreasonable I've seen Bill Gates say. If he didn't say that he was necessarily advocating mass.
That guy's voice is annoying as fuck to me.
Well, man, bro, it ought to be a bunch of pissed off people all around the world.
Yeah. Yeah. The people who died, people who lost money, people who took 2,000 vaccines.
Hey man, y'all said if I did this, look, I was trying to do what was right. Y'all said if I do this, I'm gonna save my life and others. And now I'm still putting something in my body. I don't know what the hell it is yet. Well, I kind of know, but can I even trust that? Because you the one told me.
Yeah, man. It's crazy. Damn, this fire truck is sliding on the ice. I saw some videos earlier. I thought that's what it was, but I guess that's what it is. These niggas are sliding around. It is cold out there. It's 63 degrees right here. I guess that's not that cold. It felt cold as fuck when I was going to class because the wind was blowing.
Well,
this is in Dallas.
Bro, that's why I just left out of Dallas. I picked up this load in Farmers Branch, and bro, it was freaking 20 down, and I think it got as low as like 25 degrees.
Yeah, so they must have got some ice on these bridges. I already saw some videos earlier that showed some wrecks on the freeway, and I was wondering what the wrecks was about, but that makes sense. Probably can't even see that ice either. It just looks normal until you drive over it, and then you just lose traction.
Shit, lose traction. Shit, you didn't have it to begin with. Rolling over ice.
Yeah, but you don't know it until you.
I know, but the shit, I'm gonna tell you, a drive that usually take me about 3.5 hours took me every bit of 5-6 hours.
Coming through Dallas.
Coming from Dallas. Yeah, it really wasn't that bad. I don't know, for whatever reason. I don't know. Maybe some people just wasn't out like normal. Maybe they went home early or they just didn't go in at all. Because honestly, like, the traffic is usually way worse coming out of there. But yeah, it wasn't so bad with traffic, but it was still just slow moving because it was I don't know if you remember like 2 years ago how bad it had gotten, like that big pile up that happened out there. That was over on I-35.
Oh yeah,
on I-35 or I can't remember if it was I-35 or 20, but it was like a bad pile up that happened. And shoot,
how long ago was that?
I don't think it was last year. I think it was year before last. No, it might have been last year.
Yeah, Corona got us on a different time. Time
Yeah,
goes by
yeah.
faster, I think. Sped up a little bit with Corona.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fucking
Any comments? Because I'm curious to see if anybody had, what they feel about that video they just saw.
I know.
That it's bro.
Let me go to that video and read some comments under it. Let me see. It's just we don't have any comments.
Yeah.
Let me see. I'm gonna go back to that and read the comments underneath it.
I'm gonna see if I can do what I need to do on my phone and still be on. But if not, I may be out for a minute. I got to do this paperwork stuff real quick. It shouldn't take but a minute.
It's all good.
But I'm gonna see if it'll stay.
I'm gonna read the comments. Oh shit! The fuck was that? It says, when I saw that Bill Gates, the guy who thinks there's too many people on the planet, was involved in vaccines, I stopped getting any jabs. Whoa, I better be careful reading these comments. That was not my words. That was Vlad V. King. This guy, Nunya, says, why is Omicron being superior vaccine a bad thing? Isn't nature protecting us a good thing? Makes you wonder about the mindset and motives. Yeah, I gotta be careful with these comments. Here in Australia, our Bureau of Statistics report this month showed over 80 deaths were actually directly from COVID. Yet we had over 6,000 suicides over the pandemic. I don't think our draconian approach has been successful on many levels. Well, that's a person from Australia. No, I'm not gonna read those comments. That's too much. That's danger. I feel danger right there. What is going on with my shit? This is irritating. So I have another video. I'm gonna play that and try to fix my fucking situation. The one post-dystopia. That's not what I wanted to play. Oh, wait a minute. This. Here we go. And then I'm going to play with the green screen and see what's going on. Yes, that's what I think too. And that's part of the reason why I'm playing this. And because they're talking about Bush, Obama. I want to play the rest of it. It's not that much. It's not that much longer, but yeah, just the Epstein little caveat. They only talked about it for a moment, but it's like, come on, man. I cannot believe that. You know what I'm saying? Like the whole thing is way too suspicious, bro. It sound like a hit to me. I've been saying that from the beginning. It sounded like a mafia hit, like the biggest hit kind of hit, the smoothest, cleanest hit you could ever do.
It was a mafia hit. Just so happened to be that mafia is in government.
Yeah. And him being choked out was a message to other people, because you have to understand, Epstein wasn't just, I mean, he was just one of many that's doing this type of thing.
No, he's one of many. He was a big part. Like he was a higher level person in that whole movement of theirs. But I mean, what do you? Why do you think the girlfriend ended up cooperating the way she did?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that him being choked out was a message to everybody else. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, it's personal.
Cause he was gonna talk. That's what they said.
Very
They
much
said
so.
they said he was gonna talk. It's like, say we heard that you was gonna talk.
But
Yeah, nigga,
say,
I don't give a fuck. I'm telling on everybody. Nigga, you ain't
you
saying
gonna
shit.
tell on who?
I'm sorry to laugh, bro. It's not funny, but that's just what it is. It's just real as hell. It's like it's a message too. It's like, no, you're not gonna talk. You're not talking to nobody ever again
Say,
about
bro.
anything.
Now, see, and see, I think what a lot of people like don't really fully take into account, because some people really believe the story that was told. But I'm like, and they like, well, I don't know, it was something fishy. But you got to think about who you dealing with. These are global gangsters.
Yeah.
This ain't no, you know what I'm saying, people from the neighborhood,
Yeah.
that no, these people who are used
Powerful
to,
people.
yeah, these are people who are used to power, and you trying to fuck that up for me,
Yeah.
motherfucker?
Power, influence, money. They got unlimited resources. They got unlimited connections. Bro, anybody can get touched. And that's why wars, that's what I was saying about the wars of the future are going to be fought like that, because, like I say, we talking about the nuclear war in Ukraine, and it's really scary. And I want to come back to Ukraine, but nobody want no nuclear war. But they got better ways to get you. They can get you other ways, bro. Like you could all of a sudden commit suicide.
Yeah. but you see, but that's like, they can only play that game with certain people, because I mean, this is the guy that, when we talk about Epstein, I mean, he was like a nobody that got uplifted to that part, because like he's the one that's gonna be the,
that's what I think too.
Yeah, he got uplifted to that position.
But from the 48 laws of power, like they say, you always keep you a scapegoat right there, right? You keep that right hand man or whoever it is, and I forget which law that is, and you keep them there, and then whenever they're your scapegoat, if shit hits the fan, then you blame everything on them. They was the leader, they was running the show, they're the ones who was doing all this shit.
Yeah,
that's Epstein. You know what I'm saying? It was this dude. It was all him, and that's another reason why him being dead is kind of like, okay, the story's over. Hey, you guys, look somewhere else. The story's over. We got his girlfriend. She went to jail too.
But they were very careful about how they handled the case with her, because she knows everything. Like, to some extent, she is a part of the mastermind. Like I
think she's one of the like bosses, bro. That's why I think
she's probably
gonna get
she's probably more powerful than he was.
I think so too. And I think she's gonna get a soft little slap on the wrist, pretty much. I mean, they gave her some time, but I bet you she'll be out. And also, she's not gonna snitch because she's one of those bosses. So, like, they probably already talked to her, like, hey, she like, man, nigga, I ain't saying shit. They're gonna have to kill me. You know what I'm saying? All right,
yeah,
you cool.
Well, I mean, she knew that they fucked up, and she had to account for some of those fuck ups. But they not gonna do her as bad, because
it's just like the mafia in the movies. Because you remember, and like, I love those mafia movies, and they come to you and they be like, hey, yo, Billy, you're gonna have to do a little time. And this is not even the cops. This is the mafia people coming to him, his family members and shit. They like, hey, Billy, you're gonna have to do about two. You're gonna have to do a bid or something. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is. You know what I mean? And I'm sure that's how they came to her. Like, hey, yeah, you're gonna have to do a little bit of time on this one. You know what I'm saying? We sorry, but we got you though.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Don't worry about it.
It's pretty obvious that they did something, like they did something on their side that made, got things revealed to some extent where, like a lot of this stuff shouldn't have been as because I mean these girls that came up, like, do we even know that those are the real girls? Like, I mean, it's a lot of things that we can really have to look at, because those girls that are saying that this happened and she did this and she did that, like, all of it could have been pure theatrics just to be able to go through this process and say they did something. They brought somebody to justice in this whole ordeal. Now, we talking about up to 5 girls that say that something happened, but I mean, we're also talking about some shit that's been happening since at least the 90s, maybe further.
Yeah, and I can feel what you're saying, because controlled opposition, because the Me Too movement gaining steam, the best thing to do is to get out ahead of it and be like, okay, like I say, Epstein's dead now, so boom, the story's over, Pizzagate is over, forget about it, everybody go home.
Yeah, and then the people who were most implicated, somehow this whole stealing of an election happened. I ain't saying who won or whatever, but it was for certain he had to be back in office, because I believe if Trump was in office and some of this stuff would have came out, like, the dude would have been more heavily protected, so that, because I mean, for whatever reason, he's been on this whole thing about this coming out, special investigations, since he's been in office, to try to drain the swamp, as he was saying. You know what I'm saying? Like,
and then he hired all the swamp creatures into his cabinet. His cabinet was full of swamp creatures, bro. He had that chick, the worst chick ever, bro. What's her name? The one Secretary of Education, Betsy DeVos.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that bitch, bro. Like, if the evil incarnate is that bitch.
Yeah, but
those people are the scariest ones to me, because they are ideological. Like that lady, the newest one on the Supreme Court, Cohen. What's her name?
I don't know.
She definitely a part of like a cult, bruh. Like, these people are the scariest ones.
Do you
like
think that you feel
Donald
like
Trump's vice president, Pence. These people are the scary ones, man. I'm telling you, because they are ideological. It's kind of like the
I ain't gonna lie. Pence to me, Pence kind of remind me of Putin to a certain extent. Like his demeanor, like, he kind of reminds me of Putin a little bit.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't put him in the intellectual group.
I'm talking about to the part where, like, he'll smile at you and be like, "I'll kill your motherfucking ass."
Yes, exactly.
That's what I'm talking about. Like,
he's one of them. Like, you can't trust him, because he stands by his ideological shit. That's that evangelical shit. It's a huge block. It's a huge voting block. And they got their own agenda. They don't really care about, let's say, the United States, if you will. They're not nationalists like the right people, the people that they tell you who are on the right. Because these evangelicals, a lot of them fall on the right. But it's more because of for cultural reasons. But that's what I'm saying. Their whole agenda is on some whole other shit, and they are internally planning all this shit and doing it, bro. And they made a lot of gains during Trump's time in there. That's why, and like Betsy DeVos is one of the ones. Like, all of them, they're all part of this group of elites. They got a bunch of money.
See, I'm more so referring to this whole, like, the human trafficking part.
Yeah.
Like, that's more so where my comment was coming from, because, like, I don't trust none of them. We're talking about politicians again. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are people who are trained to fucking lie to you with a straight face. So no, I'm not taking any of that from them, because I'm sure they deserve every bit of what you're saying. But I'm talking about, like, I really feel like, maybe some of those people were involved, but they were definitely aiming at trying to, like, they talked all that stuff about the QAnon people, trying to make sure that, all of the media, especially the left media, to make them seem like they were just totally crazy and this, that, and the other, because I mean, that's what they do. That's how they play it out. So I'm like, I'm grabbing my popcorn. I'm trying to see how this thing gonna play out,
Yeah.
because that's one of the big things that's been happening. Shoot, we get to talking about, because I mean, a lot of people think that the sex stuff is like a big deal. Yeah, the sex stuff happens. The but there's a bigger part of that human trafficking, which is the harvesting, the organ harvesting. Like that's where a lot of the, like, yeah, they got some freaks and depraved, people that are using it for that, but the bigger deal is them. So like them cracking down on that internationally would have, like, that's why I'm like, yeah, I want to see how this thing turn out. So
Yeah, I think did I send you a video talking about that? Because I was just watching a video that connected human trafficking with what did you just say? The
sex trafficking.
Organs. The organs.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's the bigger
drugs.
Play. That's the bigger play. That's like a bigger, like, probably, like, I mean, of course, drugs is so much that it makes a lot of money. But I mean, just like for them, they want, heart transplants.
But they use the people as mules too. They're moving organs and they're moving dope, like, within their body. Like, they really just, like, that's how it is. Like, they don't care. It's so crazy how, like, the value for life is so low. You know what I mean? But then this system that we live under creates these conditions because somebody wants a heart or a kidney, they're willing to pay a whole bunch of money for it.
Well, the question came up to me was like, because I was talking, I don't know who I was, it might have been Deuce, I don't know, but it was somebody I was talking to about, like, the some of the technology that they've come up with melanin research, and how they've made it more of a conductor, like how like it's something that's like can really be like used in technology to the extent maybe AI and this, that, and the other, something that they planning to use that way. It being I'm gonna find it, that story. It's probably in my list of stuff, because I probably wouldn't have deleted that right off. But however, they're doing this research on melanin, and the big question is, okay, where are they getting this melanin from to do this research with? Huh? Well, I mean, where's it coming from?
That is a good question.
How are you obtaining this stuff? Well, wait,
That is a good question, and the implications are very scary. Let's play some more Joe Rogan and hear about. I always like to hear anybody talk bad about Obama, because everybody is always like Obama. But I mean,
it's not really talking bad about him.
It's just saying what
just
happened.
It's really talking about just saying who he was.
Yeah, and everybody is still in love with Obama, man. Y'all don't know who this man. Let me stick a pin in this. We was talking about earlier how when we're flipping back over the way our government does, and then it tends to swing from Republican to Democrat on the executive branch, it hinders stuff. And like multiple times in this guy's conversation, he said that they had made gains in the second part of the administration of whatever administration it was, trying to get this progress going, these legislation or whatever going. But then it switches, and then they like back to square one again, and again by the second 2 years, maybe they're making some progress, and then they fucking switch again. It's like the damn cycle. Like, what I'm trying to say is that's our system. You know what I'm saying? I think the way, I mean, maybe it wasn't designed to be this way, but the way it functions is to not function.
Well, I mean, the thing about it is that it's functioning properly, and the people that was in place, they had to move, like when there's certain things like moves on the chessboard where it's like, you have to kind of do this in order to look right, or like you're trying to do the right thing and blah 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 whatever. But ultimately, there's still a bigger plan that's going on in the background. It's like, hey, we should really be covering more ground, but this happened and that happened and whatever. So I mean, that's when we're looking at the stage of the international, when we're looking at the neo-politics, to where it doesn't really matter where what let's say because of course the Dems are the one that play the role of being softer and trying to do this, that, and the other, but ultimately
on the world stage,
on the world stage, it's because it's a lot of times not just America acting, it's on their own behalf, because they're really just the muscle.
Yeah.
That, I mean, if you really look at the fact that Ukraine didn't try this shit when Trump was in office, because he had backed out of NATO. He took us out of NATO. Look, until y'all can do right by us on this whole us going in and helping you and fighting and this, that, and the other, like we're just not going to be a part of it. One of the first things that Biden does is rejoins us to NATO, and before you know it, he's barely into year 2, bam, somebody's big bad and starting shit with fucking Russia.
Yeah. So, and it's all about money, and I think that's the part that Trump didn't really understand, I think. And I also think that was a good thing that he was doing, whether he was doing it on purpose, but I think it was for the right reasons. It was for the right reasons, and the results was good. But I still don't think he really understood. He didn't understand how, what it works. It's the military. Our companies are the ones who supply the shit out of NATO. NATO is worldwide, but they get all they fucking shit from us.
Well, I think that that would be debatable whether he understood or not. But the main thing is that when you are, trying to withdraw from a lot of the bullshit that we've been getting ourselves into, because I mean, economically, we were, like we were starting to look better as a country as far as our economics, but like it was a short run, because I mean, shit, we didn't even get
and that's my argument. And that's my argument, because you look at Putin and you say what you want to about Putin, and he's been in there for a while. And I think but I was reading an article about him choosing a successor. So whoever he chooses anyways is going to be somebody in his pocket probably. So even when he gets old, he'll probably still be pretty much running the show. So, but what I'm trying to say is the stability of Russia. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, because it's one form of government. It's no, back and forth. Because I mean, most of this dual, having two, for the main part, there's more, but having two party system is really to screw the citizens. If you really, in my opinion, a lot of that stuff is to really, the psychological effects on the citizens, to think that they really have a true play. Because I mean, you listening to what this guy is saying, he's talking about how the gains and this, that, and the other, blah blah blah. I mean, overall, or no, the lies. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have, if you really be honest about why they're going, you're not going to get the people's support. So that's why, like, they come out here and tell us, this whole 9/11, the, weapons of mass destruction, like all these different things that we're getting fed, that we find out later was all bullshit. But they've already went over there, we're like, yeah, you go on over there, we done gave them our consent. We're saying, yes, we're behind you. The people,
that's why,
who is the real government.
That's why on the world stage, they look at us as the regular Americans, United States citizens type people. It's like dumbasses. No,
That's
and it's
why.
like
That's how we're implicated. And
you
if something
you
really goes
consented.
down,
You
it's
consented
no
to that
big.
shit. That's your government. Y'all have a democratic
Yeah.
government, and these niggas is
Yes.
doing all kinds of shit, and y'all don't know what
And
the fuck they doing.
and if
No,
we
y'all must
decide to
like that
bomb,
shit.
yeah, and if
Yeah,
we decide to bomb your land, you know, you really was a part of it. You agree with this shit with them going here and doing this and that, whatever. You know, everybody on the world stage has a clearer vision of what they're going to do or why they're there or saying that they shouldn't do it and this, that, and the other because of all the information that everybody else has. But listening to our mainstream media that's psyching us up and, you know, telling us it's this and that and whatever, the propaganda, we are agreeing to something that we don't know all the terms. We don't know the full story, but we're like, based on what they're telling us, we think we're doing the right thing.
yep. And in a lot of United States citizens, I would feel like they're doing the right thing. Like United States is on the right side of history and really trying to spread democracy and help other countries and shit. I think a good amount of United States people think that way, but that's enough of it.
Yeah, I think most of the point we were trying to make was said in that last little segment with Obama.
Yeah. But earlier the comments about the like basically concentration camps and locking people up, no, not even charged with a crime and detained indefinitely.
I mean, that's the thing. It was no crime. I mean, you're thinking about like these are some of these are kids. Most of them, a lot of them were just kids that were born there. And I mean, just think about how long that war really went on.
And it's
Like,
still going on as far as Guantanamo Bay because they've been saying every administration since I don't know way back when. I think Clinton said they're going to close Guantanamo Bay, and they still haven't done it. It's 2022. It's still open. And that's where they send people, you know, who are political prisoners, if you will. You know, they don't have to have, you know, they could just be suspected of being associated with terrorists and they can be detained indefinitely.
Yeah.
You know, their kids, family members, just leave them in prison and let them grow up in prison. And then they just kick the can down the road like, oh, man, I'm not the one who put them people over there, man. That was going on since the last administration, man. That's, you know, that's not me. That's them.
Like, yeah, they don't, yeah. And a lot of times, like, say, bro, a lot of the presidents, they don't want to really go against some decisions that another president made. Because, I mean, some of it might have been personal for them. And, you know, I mean, you know, they talk. Especially Obama and Bush, like, they were friends. It's like, oh, no, such and such need to stay right where he at because, you know, he said some shit about my mom.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's really insane. I want to look at this map a bit. Are you driving?
I am, but I'm about to park.
Yeah, I think I'll come back
I'm pulling
to it.
into my spot right now.
Fucking Israel, Syria, Iraq. You got to look at the map to understand what they be talking about sometimes. And we're so detached from all of this shit. So you got Turkey. The thing is, you know, Europe. You know, I saw a video. They was talking about the resources of Europe. You know what I'm saying? And like how, like, what was they saying? Some other people was trying to take over Europe, or damn it, I'm trying to clear my thought up. But it's basically like Africa wanting to retake Europe or some shit like that. But it's basically like, for the longest, they don't have no resources. Like, that's the whole reason why they was all over here raping Africa in the first place. So
Yeah,
like
Africa and
that,
America.
so
But
the
yeah,
Europe wants to be Africa. So, but that's what it is. Like, it's spread. It's they want to have dominant control over these areas, and that's really what it's about. So, but these people have a long ass history, and they're not with that shit. So, like Iran, and
wait a minute.
because Iraq, and then you got Syria.
I'm gonna try this again because I gotta do my my log stuff. So give me at least a minute. I'll be right back in. Hold on.
All right, cool. And see, we're cool with Saudi Arabia. Go figure. Oh, and that's why I'm gonna go back to Ukraine, because they was talking about the damn oil prices and fuel prices, because they talking about stopping the pipeline as one of the sanctions related to the Ukraine situation. And so now they're saying the gas prices are gonna go up as a result of that shit. So, but anyway, Saudi Arabia is what made me think of that, because we're so cool with them. We sell them so many weapons. They're like our number one customer. So is Israel, because they scared of Iran. Basically, this ethnic groups are the same, and that's what I be saying all the time. People like to chop these countries up, but you do have ethnic groups within these regions, but I'm trying to say it's like the same people, basically. You know what I mean? All these people are, I mean, the only thing that make them, they food is the same and everything, bruh. But they may not look at each other as the same, but whatever. We need to look at ourselves as a global species anyways. Let me go to Instagram and stop being so serious right now. Why so serious, Chaka? Why so serious? How y'all feel out there? How y'all feeling tonight? Y'all feel good? Rules are for poor people. That's the name of the show today. Let's see, that's what they say.
I just wanted to play for you some of what they're hearing in Ukraine now, a few hours before the sun comes up.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. How you see me?
Hold on, let me look. Yeah, I can see you. Yeah. This little clip. This is a little Ukraine clip.
I just wanted to play for you some of what they're hearing in Ukraine now, a few hours before the sun comes up.
Man.
So they are getting bombed. Is this like what? How long ago was this?
It says Kyiv, Ukraine.
I just wanted to play for you some of what they're hearing in Ukraine now, a few hours before the sun comes up.
This has to be very recent. It doesn't say. It don't say. I would have to look it up. It had to be a recent development, though.
The Ukrainians are massively outmanned and outgunned by the Russians. They have about a quarter of the manpower in their military. And when you look at the hardware, just a fraction. Remember, we're talking about possibly the biggest land war that Europe has seen since the Second World War. But this country is already at war and has been against Russian-backed separatists for nearly 8 years. The Ukrainians are massively outmanned and outgunned.
Like, these people didn't know this before they started talking shit. Well, they said it's been going on for 8 years, but like.
Oh wait, let's hear this. This might be good.
Room and discuss what our plan should be. We heard a much. I just woke up shortly after 5 a.m. and heard several booms in the distance in Kyiv. When I went downstairs to see a colleague in her room and discuss what our plan should be, we heard a much louder boom than we'd heard at other moments, and actually sort of felt that one too, which indicated it might be closer. This is definitely a scary moment. It's kind of unbelievable now that we were out to dinner last night in Kyiv. I was watching people walk into the opera house. People were out eating on the streets. Having fun, going to bars, going to cafes. Everyone was sort of going about their days as normal, despite the anxiety that we knew was surrounding us at all times, that there was this possibility. But it just felt sort of surreal or unbelievable that it would actually happen. And a lot of Ukrainians I talked to said, we're just going to go about our days as normal. We can't live with the fear constantly. And that's what we saw last night. Restaurants were packed, tons of people outside in the streets. And just hours later, we wake up to the sound of explosions in the Ukrainian capital. I just woke up shortly after 5 a.m. and heard several.
Can y'all hear me?
What's that?
You can hear me?
Yeah. My for whatever, my charger is doing something it doesn't usually do.
And my earphones are, and Mike is doing some crazy shit. Ukraine's Imperial Ministry says a Russian invasion has begun with missile strikes on the capital. Explosions reported in these areas. Yep, it's all down my timeline. So this must have just happened. But man, I don't want to say nothing to get myself in trouble, but we was talking about false flag events and what would be the perfect thing to happen. Damn.
Well, as I said, relinquish your duties as a chair. Call Putin, call Lavrov to stop aggression. And I welcome the decision of some members of this council to meet as soon as possible to consider the necessary decision that would condemn the aggression that you launch on my people. There is no purgatory for war criminals. They go straight to hell, Ambassador.
Wow. That was pretty emotional.
Whose side was he on? Oh, he's Ukraine?
Yeah.
When asked what?
He was he must have been like a spokesman of Ukraine's envoy addresses Russia's at the Security Council. We don't know when that happened though.
I was trying to read what it said.
Come out this one.
Did he underestimate Putin? So he's just gonna sit there and pick his teeth.
Damn music and that might get me.
But look, say, bro, with that question, like, I really think think all of them did. They thought that, like, cause see, their bullying only works for certain people. You know, like, anybody that's not willing to, fight back or that can fight back. I mean, yeah, you can bully them all day, but when you got somebody who like is looking for the fucking, like he been looking for this trouble for a while. Like he wish a motherfucker would for the longest, and here it is. You know what I'm saying? Like Putin wasn't about that life.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't really make comments. It's like it's because it's scary as fuck. But I think it's really local, and they're blowing it up, of course. And again, like nuclear is not something that's really on the table. I mean, it could possibly happen, but that's not very likely. Like the Cold War went on for a long time, and nobody pulled a shot. Because don't nobody want that. No one wants that. If one person shoots the shot off with a big bomb like that, they could pretty much be guaranteed that it's gonna be one coming back. So nobody wants that.
No.
and those bombs might be aiming at the damn actual freaking leadership people. You know what I mean?
I think that's usually how it works.
I'm just saying.
Because I mean, for the most part, like the leaders, they know that the citizens or the civilians are not really the problem. So I mean, if they can really get rid of their problem without harming others, I think most people will. But
because it's like there's a song that says, "The king is dead, long live the new king."
So what?
It's like the lyrics from a song, "Viva la vida." It's like the king is dead, long live the new king. Because the last king is dead. Now it's like, hey, you're the new king now, buddy. The last guy, he's dead. You're king now. Long live the king.
Yeah.
But that's what happens. You know what I mean? And that's what people forget, that they're the servants of the people, because damn, them stairs is beating everybody's ass. I wonder where is this? This might be in Dallas.
Oh shit.
That should be Slippy, bro.
Well, I mean, when they
the whole family, it got the whole family. So it's real Slippy. Look, the dad, the mom, the kid, it got all of them.
But I mean, they didn't see the first one down there on the ground.
It does. It's that Slippy.
Dad,
probably thought
Dad didn't yell out, "Hey, slow down."
Like I say, we don't deal with this that much, so it's like we don't think it's slippery enough. We're like, bro, it looks fine. I'm just gonna walk on. I don't know why he fell.
Well, I'm just saying, after the first one fell, they walk out and they see them on the ground. It's like, wait a minute, before I move another step, what happened? Well,
They might have been reacting quickly too, trying to help or something. I think that's probably what happened with the wife. She was like, "You okay? Let me let me help you." Oh man, crazy world. A whole bunch of news, man. What was some of the other stuff I sent you or you sent me that you want to talk about?
When I was, let's see.
Because the name of the show is "The Rules Are for Poor People." So what do you think about that?
Well, that's what it seems like. You know,
Yeah, I think it's true. I think it's true.
hello?
I saw. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead. What do you think about that? Because I think it's true. I really do. I saw a video about this guy, and he was riding on the jet.
Okay,
You can't hear me?
It's my sound.
You can hear me? Check, 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 check. Mic check. Mic check, check, check. Anyways, I saw a video where this guy was on a plane and he was like, yeah, and we're traveling in and out of countries, they don't ask us for no vaccines and we don't have to wear a mask. And it's like, he says, like, whenever they get you in trouble, they try to give you fines or whatever, make you pay taxes or whatever. And that's what the punishment is. But he says, but when you're rich, then there's no punishment. That's not a punishment. There's no punishment there. So the rules are for poor people, because people with money, real money, they do pretty much whatever the hell they want to fucking do. And I think the system is set up that way, and that's what I realized more and more is like, and then for stupid people, let's say that, because I'm a dumbass. I be trying to follow the rules all the damn time, but the rules are set up to be red tape, The people who make moves, they don't care about the rules. They look at that shit later. It's like, oh, we got to deal with that. Oh, deal with that for me. Deal with that situation. That's how they look at it. They're not thinking about, is this legal, what we finna do?
Well, you know what power does? A lot of times especially, when you the one that's in position to write laws and you can enforce the laws, all your friends are the laws, you tend to get away with more stuff. So, the rules are for everybody, but they just don't have the same consequences.
I'm tripping off this art piece right here. That's pretty cool. It's the treble clef. I used to do music, so I'm sensitive. I wonder if he's going to do the bass clef. Let's see. What is that? I don't know what that is. It looks cool as fuck, though. What does that say?
That's the part I'm trying to figure out.
Getting distracted. Really beautiful. I love art. I think what they say, art teaches you how to see. The media teaches you not to see.
Mm-hmm.
It blocks your vision.
Yeah.
What up, Kurt?
It tells you what to see.
What up, Chop?
Yeah. So, but art makes you think and takes you outside.
You how to see.
Yeah.
Art allows you to see, or opens the door for you to see,
and that's why I think a lot in our society today, we have gotten away from art. Like they have, like the pieces that people put in their house would be like the Walmart piece that everybody has or whatever, or even like painting their walls in their house. People are scared to paint their walls because they're afraid of what somebody else is going to say. They want to fit in with the crowd and all of this and stuff like that. Or maybe they lived in apartments their whole life and they just like, you can freaking paint your walls, bro. Whatever color you want to paint them hoes. You know?
Yeah.
It's your walls.
I actually want to have a wall that I can me, my son, like, you know what I'm saying? We can paint, draw, whatever it is on the wall, on at least one, pick a section, maybe a room where, just make it a mat and you go in there and paint it how you want to do whatever you want. And when you get tired of it, strip it or just blank it out, paint over it, and do it all over again.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's fucking what it is. I'm distracted by this. Oh, I can't play that. I ain't gonna lie, I might have to check that documentary out.
Which one is that?
The one about Kanye West.
Oh, with his mom.
I don't know how much it has his mom in it.
Well, the one that I heard about is like got a lot of video scenes and pictures and stuff. Him and his mom, interactions with him and his mom, stuff like. So
that could be it.
But it's supposed to be like $200 or something.
For what?
Well, I think
you talking about the new album. You have to buy his you have to buy that hardware, that thing that plays music and plays the samples, like it plays pieces of the songs and you can mix the song yourself. That thing he came out with like last year or whatever.
Yeah,
to get down to 2, you have to have that hardware.
Well, I don't know. I think it's gonna be available. Like I know he said something about it. He wasn't gonna be doing streaming, but I think you might still be able to purchase it on like iTunes or something. Like it's not, like.
But right now it's only available on that. It's only available on there. So if you want to hear the Donda 2, you have to buy that thing if you hadn't bought it already. And he made a bunch of money off of this. He's so smart. That's one of the videos I was watching. They was talking about that. How people think Kanye's so dumb. Oh, I think it was Tim Black. And he was like, it seems like Kanye always goes crazy right around the time he got a new fucking thing dropping.
Yeah.
And he's like, y'all don't fucking get it. He does it over and over and over and over and over again.
I don't think he's dumb at all. Once you try to make somebody like when they're adversarial to you, if you're, I don't really want to say the enemy, but a lot of people are pissed off with him just because of, for many reasons, I'm sure, but it's cool to go up against Kanye in the media, you know what I'm saying? So if they can demonize him, slow down his money, maybe make a few people like, oh yeah, no, I don't want nothing to do with this, blah 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 blah. But shoot, this dude is obviously a genius at some point because, not that his money is really the prize, but I mean it does give somewhat of a marker of what he's capable of, but in a capitalist society. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's not this video. I think it's definitely a genius, bro.
Is that Curtis?
Yeah, what's up, Curtis? Hey, Curtis, man. What do you think about the title? Rules are for poor people.
Well, I believe it. Pat, I don't really know if you know. Was Pat? You been to Houston before?
What you mean? I
Do you
I
live in
used to
Houston?
live in Houston. I used to live in
Yeah, so
Houston.
you know
I'm actually
where
I'm
River Oaks is, huh?
who?
River Oaks.
I think so.
There's a lot of rich people that stay there. So
Okay.
I believe that because going down Kirby, driving down Kirby, you see Ferraris, Lamborghinis. Like this is a street that it has a 40-mile speed limit. I mean, blowing past 100 miles an hour, dipping in between cars all day, every day. Cops sitting right there. Don't even go after them. Don't call nothing. They'll say nothing. Just let them do it. But let it not be one of those cars. Pull a butt over quick as hell. Well, I do kind of believe that the rules are for poor. You got enough money, you can do any damn thing you want.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I tend to agree. Yeah. I mean,
it's crazy.
Yeah,
Check this
I
out.
mean, I'm not gonna argue with it because I mean, yeah, rules are for. I said earlier, rules are for everybody, but everybody doesn't have to be accountable.
I used to,
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
I used to work in River Oaks. Like I worked there. Like I saw it, and I look at the cop. Cop look at me like, "What?" I'm like, I'm like, "You not just see that?" Look, he's freaking gone now.
It's a lot of stuff like that. What makes me mad? It's fine, but make it like that for everyone, because you know how like you go to somebody's apartment and you park and you come out and your damn car is towed, and you're like, what the fuck? You go to nice areas, that does not happen, bro. That only happens in low, middle class, lower middle class, poor areres. Same thing with the houses. You know, they're not gonna tow nothing. They're gonna come and they're gonna be like, "Hey, whose car is this? We don't want to."
Look, if y'all ever been to a courtroom, like a lot of times they don't waste their time with people who's got money because, all right, they're probably connected with somebody, or even if they don't, even if they do pay the fine, it's no big deal. It's kind of like you're not really doing anything. They find a way, like a lawyer or somebody, they don't even go to court, or somebody goes there and before court happens, it's like, look, you need to go on and take this. Like I have like one of my best friends' mom was a judge, so I mean I've seen certain things happen that just shouldn't have. But it does. But the rich people, like most case, like they're resourceful, so it's like, okay, even if you do write them a ticket, okay, what? I was speeding, okay, now what?
Yeah. I'll pay it 3, 4 fucking times, 5 times. Get out of my face. You're wasting my time.
Yeah, and the system is built on exploitation. So, those that they can, who are more likely not to
the
be
ones that it hurt,
the
ones that it hurt.
Yeah, the ones that are less resourceful or, not resourceful, they're gonna feel the brunt of it.
Because getting pulled over and possibly going to jail could lead some people to losing their car because it got impounded and now they can't have enough money to get it out. It caused them to lose their damn job because
the apartment, you'll have to start over. You have to damn near start over for some of us.
Yeah,
I've been through that.
Catch them on the wrong week. Yeah, that shit. Some people end up totally homeless after some shit like that.
And it was only like a week or 2 weeks or something like that. You was in jail and you couldn't get out just because you couldn't get to your money or people couldn't communicate with you or some shit like that.
Because you can have the money to get bonded out, but you can't bond yourself out. So I hate dealing with the law, bro.
It's
I
like
hate
that.
it, bro.
It's like that out here. You can't bond yourself out.
I don't know how that.
You cannot bond yourself out.
Somebody got to come down and post bond. Yeah, I think so. I think he's right.
Yeah, I do. I was in jail and had the money on my card, and I asked him like, nope, somebody got to come. So it's a huge inconvenience, man. It's like, damn, I got the money, like I'm knowing, and I got to convince my family just to drive downtown. I was like, dude, like I have the money. I'm not asking you for any money. I'm asking you to come get my property and just pay them. I had to sign over my rights for a friend of mine to come get my property, and then she paid him because I couldn't say, hey man, well, I got the money for my bond, it's in my pocket. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got that. So she had to get my property, then bought me out, and I still had to wait like 5 hours to get out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I do not like dealing with them, bro.
So the thing is, though, let's think about it a little bit more. Let's talk about how the insurance, the registration stickers, you know, some of the licenses, the ones that be more expensive.
Yeah.
This kind of stuff is taxes on poor people, really. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's where
Really?
the saying comes from: the rich get richer and the poor get poorer.
Because I was watching a video about these people. Did you see the video about the people trying to open up the weed dispensary places or whatever?
Yes.
Yeah, and how there was the disparities related to that shit with the applications and the veterans getting 5 points.
It's a rigged game. It's a rigged game. I mean, first of all, because honestly, some of these things, I mean, if they're really trying to, get a certain demographic involved, it should be pretty much just awarded. Like why, like people who, the rich that can afford the $50,000 to apply for a permit and hope that they get, this whole lottery thing, to make it through that lottery process. That's, bro, like who say, bro?
Perfect credit and all of this shit, bro. Like, and then so what? What's killer about that is that having a previous marijuana charge would probably be. They didn't say that on that list, but I'm sure that could affect your credit and probably affect your damn application.
Regime.
Let me play this right quick.
In 1976, it is the white regime.
This guy right here is fun.
It is white people who must be ashamed of what they've done to us. You cannot turn tables now and want to blame me for the crimes committed by white people. It is a white regime that killed children in 1976. It is the white regime that killed children in the 80s and in the early 90s. It is white people who engaged in the wars of dispossession and forcefully took our land and our cows. Why can't you take responsibility? Why can't you for once just say sorry for the crimes we've committed against you? Why do you want to become victims when we are the biggest victims here? When we have lost everything? When we as Black people remain a traumatized nation? A nation that doesn't know what the future holds for them. At least you are guaranteed the future. At least you know if it doesn't work for you here, you can go somewhere. It is white people who must be ashamed.
He said you took our cows too. Damn, the cows too, bro. Damn. You could have left
Shut
him.
up.
You could have left him with a cow or two, bro. Damn. You took that cow. That's cold.
Yeah, but I mean, say, bro, ego goes too far.
I'm gonna say we're gonna milk them and then we're gonna eat them.
What are you talking about?
Just think about our buffalo that they killed when they were.
That's one of the saddest fucking stories, bro.
Yeah, dude.
And the buffalo, I'm taking a class, American archaeology. And one of the things we was talking about recently is a lot of the animals that went extinct. And historically, at first they said that it was like the humans showed up and then the animals went extinct. It kind of happened around the same time, but it wasn't because of the humans. It was because of climate change. The weather dipped real low and the weather changed, and it wasn't the habitats changed and it wasn't good for a lot of species couldn't make it through. But the buffalo made it through. They've been here for a long ass fucking time, bro. They made it through that early time. This is at least 40,000 years ago.
Hey, bro, I'm not gonna lie.
It was pretty much one of the last non-hybrid animals. That we have. At least that we would consume as, you know, for meat or whatever. So it's like, man, I don't know.
That's a very sad story. How, you know, just out of war and trying to take over the land and take over the Indians, they was willing to fucking, and because they didn't care about the meat. They didn't like that. They thought that you know, buffalo is gamey. You know, they didn't like to eat it. So they didn't have no reverence for it.
I don't think they had much appreciation for much. You know, it was more like, look, we here to steal these people things. If we don't find a way to cut off their food supply or whatever, then they're gonna be here next season or next, you know.
Yeah. We can't control them. And see, that's what people we have to take a lesson from what happened. That's the reason why we have to learn history. Because how do you control somebody? Because you can't control somebody who can go get their own food and own water and build their own fucking structure and, you know what I'm saying, survive off the land. Like how do you control? And then if you just one person like that, right? You can't control that one person for sure. You got a whole group of people who can do that shit. How the fuck you gonna control them? They got families and shit, kids and shit. Nigga, you can't tell them nothing. Nothing. You're gonna have to kill them because that, you know, you kill them or you kill off their food supply. You know what I'm saying? And so that's what they did. They did both, actually.
Yeah. Well, the food supply, but I mean, you know, we're still resourceful people. I mean, a lot of us are still here now.
Yeah.
I mean, you're proof of it. Curtis is proof of it. I'm proof of it.
Yeah, and that's another thing that we tend to forget too, because they always be talking about, because we study that at anthropology study, we're talking about the Mayans being gone or whatever, but my instructor says it over and over. It's like they're still there. The people are still there. But history is saying that like they, you know, went extinct, they went away. No, they're not. They're still there. And it's just like any of these peoples, the histories, you can't, like I was saying before, humans are, you know, you can't really eradicate us. Like we're like ants. We're like, you know, you can stomp out some of us, but some of us gonna make it, bro. We're gonna crawl up in the crevice in between the crack of your shoe, right between the grooves where you can't smush.
You said it better than I would have said it, because man, for years I've been saying, man, humans are like roaches. They gon' fuck. I mean, I'm trying to stop cursing, man. New job. I'm trying to rework my dialogue and stuff like that.
They're gonna get it in. Yeah, humans.
Yeah, yes, they gonna get it in, no matter what. Remember when the lockdown happened?
Oh my goodness!
It's really an interesting.
Yes.
The human evolution is really an interesting story, because if you look at us genetically, we don't have very much diversity over everybody. This is everybody, white, black, Asian. The diversity between us is way lower than it should be. And
it's mediocre.
Well,
it's
look,
very mediocre. I'm glad you said that.
No, but listen, this is what happened. We almost went extinct, literally. It was a small group of humans that made it through whatever the hell. It was like a climate major fucking event. And we went down to maybe like, it could have been like 2,000 individuals or 2,500 individuals. It could have been as small as that. And that was it. And that group made it. And all of us are a result of that group. And yeah, they can prove this genetically. They know this happened.
Oh yeah, no, look, you better believe, like, our government they know. Like they know
Oh yeah.
all of us what tribes we came from. That like they can trace it back. They have the records. They just don't want us to have the records so that we can put it in their face. Now see, look, blah
Yeah.
blah blah. But there's some stuff that somebody I hadn't got a chance to look it up, but they said that there's a lot of tribes and stuff that was listed, and people of some of these tribes listed on the CDC somewhere. I gotta find it. Like the CDC, like they know us better than we know us. And I mean, they didn't get rid of a lot. They still need that information, so they may not make it available for us, but it's there. You know. But,
Yeah, the information is there, but it's expensive too, and that goes back to the rules are for poor people because, like me and you was talking about a book before that's like super expensive, like, and that's what they do. When it's like really good, great knowledge, you're not gonna be able to pick that up at Barnes and Noble, bro. That book is not in that store.
no, shit, you might have to give your pinky finger for some of this stuff.
Travel to a whole country and find it in somebody's private ass library or something.
Bro,
The
I'm gonna
books
tell
are
you
out there.
something. One place that I would want to be able to visit without having any visit and be able to see all the things that is there would be like the vaults like the under the Vatican, like the
Yeah,
the hidden
they got
libraries.
tunnels. Well, the thing is, the Vatican is really interesting, and again, this goes back to my anthropology because they have archaeology that digs out there, and because see, the Vatican was built on top of a civilization that was built on top of a civilization that was built on top of a civilization, like that specific location has been multiple cities. And those cities are still there. They literally built on top of the old city. So you can dig under there. There's tunnels. There's fucking no telling what the fuck is down there.
Yeah.
You might find all kinds of cathedrals and shit.
Yeah, well, I'm like certain there's some kind of museum or at least a place where there's a lot of artifacts that they've stolen from different places around the world. Whether it's from Africa, here in America, North or South America. Like,
Well, most of the treasures are in the. We talk about that in my class too, the American archaeology class. He says on velvet under glass. That's his little thing he likes to say. This guy has been doing archaeology since before I was born. He's retiring this year from teaching. Anyways, this guy knows his fucking shit. But on velvet under glass. So, but that movie Black Panther pointed out a real thing, and people have been talking about it, and it's gaining more and more steam because most of the properties in these major ass museums landed there with mysterious circumstances. You know what I'm saying? So the rightful owners of a lot of that stuff, like majority of the shit in the museums, is somebody that's, what I'm saying, maybe don't want it to be sitting there.
Yeah.
well, I know that there was a piece of art that was up for auction. This was some years ago. This might have been in like the late 80s, early 90s. I don't know, it's been a while, but it was up for auction. Something that I think came from London or something that they've been holding, and it was some African crystals or I don't know, I forget whatever it is, but this was something that was like for sale for millions of dollars. And the African people, where it came from, were like coming there to ask for it. Like, y'all got this thing up for sale. Like, why don't y'all just give it back? Because this is something that you took from our ancestors, blah blah blah. And they're like, no, it's ours now, and they'll do It's stolen stuff. The rightful owners are here to claim it, but they don't have the right.
Literally stolen stuff. Like, but the majority of the stuff is literally stolen stuff, and or was bought through some creepy black market or somebody like collectors. That's the reason why archaeology is not really respected, because, and we talk about that in class a lot, like the Indiana Jones things, because they would just want to collect trophies. They just opened up a mummy recently. Did y'all see that? They just opened a mummy recently. I saw it. A new mummy from, I don't know, I think somewhere in Egypt. Don't give me the location. They recently opened another mummy, and that's what they like to do, collect fucking artifacts and shit. Pieces of their body. I didn't watch much of that shit. It turns my stomach now. The more that I have learned about it, I'm really interested in the history of humans and culture and evolution and all that. But I don't want to see some dudes, like, I don't want to see a dead body when I go to, I don't like funerals.
Oh, you know what I'm
saying?
Bro.
These people got a morbid fucking fascination with this shit, bro. Like, okay,
it's weird. It's weird, bro.
It's weird.
On the way home from work tonight, I saw a car just ran into a pole, and they're out there doing paperwork and stuff. Guys just like in the seat. They ain't trying to block that shit. I guess they had just got there, but that guy was dead, man. Dude was dead.
And I've seen my share. I've seen enough dead bodies. Let's just say that. I don't need to see any more. You know what I'm saying? I'm good with that. You know what I mean? Yeah. But the telling me the story of what happened, the culture, his life. Yes, tell me all of that. I'm good. I'm game for that. But I don't really need to see y'all pull, like, it's just disrespectful, man. Like, if these are your people, if you your grandma, bro, listen. If somebody went and dug up your grandma, how would you feel?
I'd be pissed.
You heard me? Yeah, I heard you. I mean, all of us would be like, oh, they're like, we want to do some artifacts, or it's got some beads or something or whatever. We want to historically.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. That's what I was about to say. We don't respect each other living, bro. We don't respect each other living. So why in the hell would I expect a motherfucker who don't respect me walking around living to respect somebody who's somebody's body who's passed away?
Yeah, you're right. There's no. We was just talking about the human trafficking in it and the organs. So yeah, they clearly don't care about human life at all. Like, it's completely like an ant or a pig, a cow, or something like that. Like, and I don't understand how people can look at other people like that. That we're humans and we're all humans.
That's
and
the reason I don't let people.
We all part of the same family, bro. We all connected. We really one organism. Because if you really want to look at it, and I studied biology and all of this fucking shit.
Yeah, we are.
You look at the way humans move. We are really, I think, this is my theory, we're really one organism, bro. That's the reason why we're so able to fucking, like, how do you can you get rid of us? Like I said, we fucking, like, in the diversity way we live, like, we can live in all the different environments and shit, bro. We got tentacles all over the planet, bro. Like, the natural disaster comes, we liable to be one of the ones to make it. Just because we got people in all different environments all over the fucking planet. You can't destroy all the environments over the whole planet. You know what I mean? Even if it's a comet or something. Niggas gonna go underground and live in some caves. Go ahead, bro. My bad.
It'll be a lot better if we were in unison. And honestly, I kind of lost faith in that. I don't think it's not gonna happen in my lifetime. I know I ain't supposed to be saying this shit, but Shit, it's true.
I gotta be optimistic. I sympathize with what you're saying though, Curtis, because I feel the same way. Some days I wake up and I feel hopeless as far as humans, because that's what I be worried about. Like, it's not, people have to understand climate change. The earth been here for a long ass time. The climate done changed a million fucking times, bro. The earth is gonna be fine. A lot of the animals, they have evolved and been through all these changes. A lot of these animals are gonna be fine. Are we gonna be okay? That's the question. Are we gonna make it through this? Humanity
can't get over ourselves. I doubt it, bro.
And that's
to be honest, I doubt
that's
it.
what I'm saying. And that's some days I wake up and I'm really feel hopeless with that. But because I think if we keep going down the road that we're going on with this individualism, this separatism, this
it's gonna happen, man.
This like it's like self-destruction, bro. Remember back in the days when we was in like middle school or elementary, they told us we was gonna be having flying cars by this time.
You know why we don't? Because we ain't in unison, man. We're not in unison. If a collective, even and see, the world likes to paint this place as, you know, the weakest link in the chain, which is also true. But the weakest link can also provide something. Doc hit that on the damn mark, and that's why I agree with him. He was like, nope. Even somebody who doesn't have anything to offer, who's fucked up their life, majority of it, can at least still teach you what not to do and not go down his path. When he said that, I was like, damn, dude, you got it right on the damn mark. You were effing right. You were right. He was right, bro.
In my opinion, I really feel like one of the reasons why we haven't really made the strides that we could have in technology is because we don't, black people don't have a big enough presence. I think that, when, of course, we're inundated with so many different things, stuff we was talking about earlier as far as like, the media, this and that, all the pollution, like just all sorts of things that keeps us from getting into our creative bag. But, I mean, there's people, that's, they're creating things. But I really believe that we are the key to pretty much all of this stuff. I mean, once we get, all right, let's take this for example. These people that got CRT banned. These people are active, like they're like out in front of stuff, like, what I'm saying, like, do I think it's right that they're, doing this whole thing? Like, I think it's bullshit, but they're active. They're like, all right, you know what? This is gonna present a problem for us. Let's get out here. Let's talk to our representatives. Let's do this. Blah blah blah. Bam! Shit is banned in like 8 states already.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And like, even seeing that, like, we still don't have a crew of people that's like out there saying no. It doesn't need to be banned. Like, don't ban it here in my state. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're not active enough, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
yeah, I can't even really argue with that. I think there's a lot of underlying truth that I think a lot of people would on both sides would have to take a tall glass of water to swallow that one in that you just said, Pat. But that doesn't mean that it's not true. I think it's just gonna be hard to swallow for a lot of people. But still though, even without our, that basic thing that you're talking about being involved enough, still our advancement, we've been in arrested development, bro.
Some of us.
Yeah.
Overall, as a culture, as a human culture, those trains are pretty fucking cool that they're building in like China and Japan and shit. That's some, but our technology and everything is just the we feed in these phones and shit. Like, this is not helping us along. if that makes any sense what I'm saying. And then it's so hard to get people to put money up for infrastructure. You know, we should be looking at big, bold ass ideas. Oh, I wanted to talk about Star Trek.
But well, let me this because you brought up something, because I mean, when we had a conversation last week about how we pretty much, I'm not even, can't say misguide, we're not guiding, but like our children, where like things that where we could really make a difference if they were guided that way. You just kind of just let them, like, okay, you can just go be whatever you want, and you can do, like, we really do need to guide our children in certain directions. Whether it's just wanting them, giving them things that make them more interested in a thing. Not really just saying, hey, you got to go to school and do this and blah, 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 blah. No, make things, like when they're kids, give them different things that will, put it in their heart to want to go in those directions, other than waiting until they're 17 to 18. All right, well, you got to go to college. What you going to do? Oh, I don't know. Shoot, I'm going to play basketball?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like, it's...
Yeah. So I wanted to talk about Star Trek. Y'all remember Star Trek? This is supposed to be in the future, and then it's like currency, money doesn't really exist. Like, people don't have to work. They've evolved past the problems that we have, you know what I'm saying, related to that kind of stuff. And so, and one of the things this dude, I don't know, maybe it was one of the videos I sent you where they were talking about like a global digital currency, and how like China is doing like a government digital currency, and like they were talking about the banks and how inflation and sending money to the banks and the steady bailing out the banks, you know what I'm saying? Socialism for the banks and austerity for everybody else, and like how like damn it, I lost it. If every person had their like a bank at the World Bank or whatever account, and it was like a digital wallet, then that would kind of level the banking playing field. You know what I'm saying? Part of the system related to capitalism, how things are, capital is what runs the show. That's how they do these hostile takeovers and shit, because they can just come in and be like, oh, well, y'all don't want to, y'all competing with us and we're not really feeling that, so we kind of want y'all to do this, that, and another. And they'd be like, nah, we don't want to do that. Okay, well, fuck it, we'll just buy your company and fire all the executives. Y'all now.
Not you saying the World Bank would do that?
Well, the
because
World Bank is not
I
a
think
good
that would. I think
example.
that would. I mean, regardless. Yeah, I know. I'm saying regardless of what it's.
Yeah.
If it's only one bank that's gonna, hold the interest for all of the world, like every country, this, that, and the other, blah, blah, blah. I mean, you're that's a monopoly. Like you've created a monopoly that can maybe benefit you in some ways, but most likely when the shit hits the fan, it's gonna work against you and everybody else.
I think it's a good idea. And I, not only that, I think that's the direction that we're totally going into. And your money will work for you, because how they make the money is investing off of your money. You know what I'm saying? That and our information. That's what they fucking make money off of. They flipping our money, and they and you know what I'm saying?
I think the decentralized model is really where it's gonna be at, especially with the crypto, this digital economy, this money that's being presented. I mean, because really all the things that they do, we could do for ourselves, or at least be able to sectionalize. Like if we want to have our own, government, our own little society that we work within by ourselves, we go back local and just deal with the people around us. We don't need the rest of the world even in our business. You know what I'm saying? We dealing with who we deal with, and that's that. Because I mean, this is what kind of got us in trouble the first time. The U.S. dollar is, us, because I mean, the what happened with the whatever these guys, the ones out of Europe, I can't think of the name right now. The five sons that came together, the father and the five sons, the four sons, or whatever, that created the system that we're in, ruined everything because they're gonna add a tax, an invisible tax that's gonna never be enough.
I think it'd be a private, individual, level playing field bank account, and that'll take the power away from these banks.
Well, I mean, if you can be your own bank, like if you really think about it in the sense of you being your own bank, you want a loan, guess what? Guess who approves it? You do.
And that's what I'm saying. I think that's what this would be. Exactly that. Because of the stock trading and shit, because they trade the stocks and they're using this as pumped up ass money that they get to fucking play with. And then they play with our money. They don't care if they lose it and shit. They don't have no fucking accountability. Fucking if we get to make the decision on every single penny on how it gets, you know what I'm saying, traded or whatever. We're doing it ourselves through our wallet, our digital wallet. We all on the whole world on the stock exchange, making trades.
Well, I don't know. I maybe I'm not fully understanding what you're saying, but I think that there should be multiple avenues, and we can choose which market we decide we want to be in today, tomorrow, the next. But if there's that one system, all they got to do is shut it down, and it's over for everybody. So I think,
yeah, but that's the safety that would be in it, because we know that are we in a class system, and they like to have it set up where they can treat these people like this and that people like that and those people like that. If every single person had to do this, they're not going to shut that down, because that's them. That's their fucking wallet too.
Yeah, well, but that's the thing. Like, if you decide, like, if you within a certain society, and for that society you rule, and you don't want certain people in your society or, in your ecosystem, like, yeah, you should have that decision. Which, I mean, it's already kind of set up and mapped out to go. There's gonna be some crypto that's gonna be decentralized because it's connected to a government, and they're gonna tax that. If if you're dealing on the decentralized side, it's you're gonna have to do you're gonna have to do the footwork. You're gonna have to make sure you're doing the vetting of the people that you're dealing with. But that's a part of self-governing. It just depends on what if you want to live autonomous, or if you want to be a part of the, like, somewhat of a debt system, like what we're trying to get rid of now or get out of. If we go right back into the same kind of thing, I mean, what have we solved?
Yeah.
I like I said, I don't know. Maybe it's something more to explore, talk about. But I just on the surface, I don't see it.
Let me see. It's a couple more topics I want to cover before we wrap it, but I don't remember, because I pretty much got the whole week. Yeah, I can't see. My notes are fucking random as hell. So, oh, I know what I'm gonna look. I'm gonna see. This dystopian capitalist society video was pretty good. I just barely was watching that though, so you probably haven't had a chance to see that. Let me
Curtis,
see.
you just jumped in about 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, right?
No,
You didn't
no,
see anything before you got on, right?
no. I was watching for a little bit before I jumped on.
Oh,
I didn't know YouTube was back active.
okay.
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah.
Cardi B weighs in on Ukraine. The Bronze Age. You know, the critical race theory thing. Oh, can I play
I ain't gonna
this?
lie. What that point that the girl made at the beginning of that video, like, really sold everything.
What's that?
Within the first 10 seconds of the video, the chick that was speaking, she was a panelist or something on some show, and I mean, what she said really wrapped everything up. But
I think I know what you're talking about. Hold on, I can pull it up right now. History.
because I mean, I can give it to you in a nutshell, but
yeah, you can say it and then we can play the video or whatever. It's going slow.
I'm not sure of her name, but she's obviously a smart chick, because it's like she's pretty much telling these people, like, this thing, when it comes to critical race theory, it's a big issue for one person. Let's just say for black people, things are happening to black people, and there's people looking around and they're like, well, not black, doesn't really bother me. And okay, now black people are out of the window, out of the pool, and it's like, okay, then comes the LGBT, then he says, oh, well, that's not my crew, I don't really give a shit about that either, and then when it comes, when they're done dealing with these people, when it comes to something that's dealing with that person specifically, if they're not careful, they're gonna end up with nobody to help them fight for the things that they want. Like, that's in a nutshell what she was speaking of. It's like, you can't just say to hell with everybody else because that's not you. But when your fight comes, you want somebody that's gonna help you when help you fight your battle. And that's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait a minute. I think that might be a different video. Is this it right here? What is critical race theory and why is it under attack?
The one you sent me.
Oh, I sent you?
Yeah.
Damn.
That was, I think, today, or maybe it was yesterday.
So this not it right here, right?
Everyone for masking.
No, because
and for taking care of one another's
no,
health.
the one I sent you came. Yeah, the one I sent you came after the one that you sent me. So
shit. Okay. Let me see. I don't even see it.
It's the
is it Karen Hunter?
I think it was her. It was her show. She had the.
Okay.
She had a black guy and a white guy on with her.
Yeah, that sounds familiar. Damn, that was way earlier. I sent you that, I think. Let me see. I already watched a bunch of videos since then. Fuck, where's that shit at? Damn, that sucks. I can't find it. I'm still scrolling. I see a few.
I would have to go out and come back in because I can send it to you.
Oh my god! Was it like 29 minutes?
It was Ooh, you know what? It was a nice little lengthy one. It was kind of.
Yeah, I don't see it. Wait, if you said I sent it to you?
Yeah.
Well, let me check my thing. I'm sorry, y'all. Bear with me for a second.
Yes. Look on your right side of my screen, and it should be.
Yeah, because I don't see it. Must have been earlier in the week. Nope, I don't see it, bro.
Yesterday or day before yesterday.
Oh, shit. I do not see it. Revolutionary Pain. The history of burning books, bro. I kind of want to talk about that. I think that's the other thing I want to talk about. I don't see it, bro. All I see is the one you sent me. I don't see nothing to you about critical race theory.
It was
you talking about the one about selling weed in Chicago?
No. That was today. I got that today.
Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it.
Name the other ones that you sent me, because as soon as I hear the title, I can tell you.
Well, because it goes back to. Did you watch any of that? The parts from fucking that TV show, Atlanta?
You know, I was trying to look some of it up, but I don't really know
I sent
what.
you a clip.
Oh no, yeah, no, we talked about that last week.
Oh, we did? Okay.
Yeah.
Putin's, all I see is, let's talk about Putin's options. That was Bo. What Russia and Putin actually want with Ukraine. I don't think we touched on that, because we might need to touch on that, because it's really good. It's from Al Jazeera. That one is actually pretty good. A history of Kenneth C. Davis on the history of book banning.
That's it.
That's the one?
Yep.
Oh, because that was him on that show. Was that him on that show? Oh, it is Karen Hunter on that show. I'm tripping. And this is the one I wanted to play anyways. I already scrolled past this like 3 times because I already wanted to play this one, but I didn't know it was this was the Karen Hunter one, because it didn't show it. It showed the white dude on the cover of the on the thumbnail. But
this falls under the rubric of parental rights legislation, right? And it started with CRT. Let's remember that. So if you start coming after these, and those are anti-history laws, anti-Black history laws, really. So if you start coming after Black people, what comes next, right? Of course, the LGBTQ plus community, and then women, and then other marginalized groups. So I'm surprised that parents that sort of jumped on the bandwagon of this didn't realize that this is where it naturally leads. We've seen this so many times in our country and in history globally.
That was the great Sunny Hostin on the Not So Great View, The View. And she's really too smart to be on there. But anyway, she was talking about this bill that Ron DeSantis in Florida passed, where you can't say gay. It's a bill that will bar LGBTQ discussions in schools. And this is piggybacking on all of the banning of the books in this country, because what Sunny Hostin is saying, first they come for you, and because I'm not that, I didn't care. And then they come for you, and because I'm not, so let's say first they come for the Blacks. I'm not Black, so I don't care. Then they come for the gays. I'm not gay. I don't care. And then eventually they'll come for you, and there'll be no one left to fight for your ass. So I appreciate Sunny Hostin standing in the gap, and I appreciate Torrin Ellis being here today. And I also appreciate our resident historian coming in. He's the author of many, 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 many books, starting with Don't Know Much About History, because we don't. And In the Shadow of Liberty, More Deadly Than War, a whole book about the last pandemic we were in. And today we're going to talk about the perils of the era that we're in now. Let me welcome the one and only Kenneth C. Davis. Hi.
Hi, Karen. It is always a great pleasure to be with you and an honor. Thanks for inviting me. This is an important subject. And as that clip you just played absolutely underscores, this is not just about a few dirty books with a few dirty words or some dirty pictures. This is about how thought is controlled, and that is really the great danger here, because this is what every great, I shouldn't say great, every murderous dictator in history has done. They have controlled thoughts, they've controlled ideas, and one way to do that is to ban and eventually burn books.
Boom. What y'all think? What say you?
Huh?
What say you?
Yeah, I mean, that kind of hits on some of like what I was saying earlier. Like, it's like if you know, but he said it way better than I did. But when you allow these things to happen, like you know, because it's a part of like them being able to ban CRT in certain states is because we're not getting involved in stuff. You know, enough to be able to say, or even get anybody to fight with us, because it's like the people who it hurts the most are not speaking up to say, no, we need this part of history to talk about, because this really affects us. We need people to understand, you know, our side of it. You know, okay, yeah, it might hurt your kids' feelings or whatever a little bit, you know, but you know, everything that we're dealing with day to day, it hurts our feelings. And for you not understanding and wanting to get rid of these books that, you know, might allow more of a fair playing field where, you know, maybe we can at least look each other in the eye and say, okay, I get it. You know, whatever. You're not allowing that growth to happen because you just want to ban it, and, you know, because, you know, you don't want to deal with the things that you've dealt out to us over time. But
one of the comments that he says later that really stuck out to me from this, and it's been ringing in my head ever since I watched this video, but he said, first you burn books and then you burn people.
Burn people, yes. Yeah. And
that's,
you know,
fucking scary, bro. That is scary, because that's how it happens, bro. Like, you keep riling people up, bro. What's next? You gonna burn the authors now?
Yeah.
Be like, you can't write another book. And they've been killing journalists like crazy in Mexico.
What?
Let me play a little bit more.
You have over your shoulder Strongman, which is your book of people in history who did this. This kind of took me by surprise when they started with the whole CRT thing, and I'm like, but that's a legal curriculum taught in law school. How's that become? I was like, oh, that's gonna go away, because anybody with a brain knows that's not being taught in school. And then sure enough, now we got, you know, Youngkin and others passing laws to ban anything that's gonna make someone feel bad about themselves. And, you know, I had a historian on last week, Kevin Cruz, and he said, the big question is, why are your children identifying with the oppressor or the enslaver or the brutal person or the fascist or the Nazi? Why, or the KKK? Why are they identifying with it, with those figures, to feel bad about themselves? That's the larger question. But tell me, how did this start? How long have you been following this, Kenneth C. Davis? And like, when did it really catch fire and why?
Wait, before that, we're gonna have to stick a pin in that comment. Yeah. Because I heard somebody else say the exact same thing. Bo from the Fifth Column, he said the exact same thing in different words. He was like, you know, when he was talking about the books too, he was like, you know, when I read those books, I don't identify with those people. You know what I'm saying? And if anybody know who Bo is, he's an Irish dude with a big beard. He looked like he would be like a KKK guy or some shit, you know, but that's how you know, like a hillbilly or something, you know. But that's why stereotypes are stupid. And that's why I really love his show, because when you look at him, because that's what threw me off the first time I saw his show. It showed up on my timeline. I'm like, why is this guy on my timeline? He looked like he's going to be talking about some Nazi stuff or something. That's just how his appearance comes about. But no.
And you know, the funny thing about that is, because, I mean, if we talk about the Irish specifically, like, they dealt with just as much, well, almost as much as we did. You know, they end up getting a leeway in the early 1900s by, you know, being allowed to be a part of the white class. But a lot of that is, you know, that's how the white people who they didn't like, who eventually, just so that they can get greater numbers, had to soak in a lot of the stuff that, you know, the other white, the classes that was here before, that was enslaving them, you know, along with us. Like, they had pretty much absorbed all of that negativity along with it because they joined in with them. So, I mean, that's how, you know, and the stereotype thing, I guess, you know, because I mean, I've never been the one to think that like all white people are the same, but at the same time, you know, we have to, you know, somewhat compartmentalize, because, you know, not all of them really just, you know.
Well, Bo's point was he didn't identify, you know, like, regardless of the Irish descent, you know, you look just like we be talking about Jamaicans, Africans, Puerto Ricans, Haitians. They, you know, these people over here, they, what do they see? Black. Be like, no, I'm Jamaican. Okay, whatever, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So it's the same way. It's the same way on the other side. It's the same way on the other side. So his point is that, you know, he don't identify with that. Like he says, read that book, and he don't identify himself with those people. You know what I'm saying? He's like, those not my people. You know what I'm saying? And if I was there, you know, because you got people like Jim Brown. I mentioned him before. You know what I'm saying? The guy who was the
football player.
No. The preacher guy who fucking slaughtered a whole bunch of white folks, freeing slaves all across the South until they finally killed him. So
wait,
like,
he did what?
That dude freed slaves all over the South. He killed the slave masters. He killed slave masters and the whole families and shit.
Yeah,
and freed slaves.
He was
a problem
and a pastor or preacher or whatever.
He was a real problem. They had to put him down. So, but what I'm saying is, like, you know, you read history and you identify you're choosing who you identify with. You know what I'm saying? Like I be saying about black people, the same thing. Like, niggas ain't fucking victims throughout all of this fucking shit. Niggas was on the bad side and the good side. You know, white people was on the bad side and the good side. That's just, you know, the good side of history, the bad side of history, if that makes any sense. You know what I'm saying? So that's just a reality. So when you're reading the book and then you automatically identify yourself with like the oppressor, if you will, then that says something about you. Doc says, proof that we are coming closer and closer to an authoritarian government is the increasing importance of the control of information. And that's what we was talking about earlier before you got on, Doc. And I think I got a fucking video on that. But
Doc,
let's watch a little bit.
Doc, you missed some stuff, man. You have to go back and watch from the beginning. I don't know if Chaka's gonna.
Yeah, I probably won't.
Yeah, but
let me play some of this.
Y'all got to go back and see the beginning.
As long as there have been books, actually before there were even books, there were book bannings and book burnings. You can go back to ancient China. An emperor burned books that scrolls, actually, they weren't even books yet. Same thing in early Christianity. The early Christians burned the scrolls that were by the pagans because that was pagan stuff. You can't have that around. Of course, once books became real books, they also began to be suppressed. I have quite a few of them around on my bookshelves behind me. Voltaire, one of the great philosophers of the French Enlightenment, his books were burned in Paris because he was attacking not only the state, he was attacking the church. I have books by a woman named Edna O'Brien, who wrote about being a girlhood in Ireland, and her priest burned that book in the town square in her village in Ireland because it had sex in it. This is a book called The Postman Always Rings Twice by James N. Cain, written in the 1930s. His books were banned because they were sexy. Back in those days, and this comes around again today, back in the 1930s, for instance, if your book said banned in Boston, the publishers liked that because it meant people would go out and buy it because they thought, oh, if it's banned in Boston, it must be sexy. So there's always been that. And one other book that's very important in history is this book, Ulysses by James Joyce, banned in this country, again, for sex, until it was permitted to be brought in 1932, and that was a major ruling in censorship. But this is much older than that, certainly in the United States. In 1835, and this won't surprise you, the people of South Carolina went into the post office and they took out thousands of pamphlets and made a big bonfire in the street. Guess what those pamphlets were about? Abolition. They were burning abolitionist literature that was.
Okay. So basically, that's really simple. He said a whole bunch of words, but those words are historically, they've been burning books since before books was even books to be burnt. I simplified it for him. You know what I'm saying? So
well done too.
So, but it's important though. It shows the history because the motivations behind each one of those things each time.
It's common.
And also like the person who wants to burn the book is never on the right side. That's the theme from all those stories that he told. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta hide this thing because it's gonna give too much information. Like it's gonna call us out. It's gonna show who we really are.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean that's the common theme every time.
Talking about how they can't figure out how the Egyptians built those pyramids. Bricks weigh tons. We don't have technology to do that right now.
Yeah, so that's why I say the aliens don't like white people because the aliens came and helped black people build the pyramids, but they saw the white people and they was like, nah, we ain't helping y'all build shit.
You know.
I'm joking, y'all. If y'all haven't heard the joke yet, but that's a joke because it's so stupid to say that these people couldn't. Once they discovered they were black people, no way these black people no fucking what aliens had to be fucking aliens. What the fuck else could it have been? These niggas, you say these niggas built this? No fucking way. Get the fuck out of here. Stop pulling my leg. The fuck out of here. No. It's racism. We gotta accept that shit.
Bro.
It's tough. We gotta accept that shit. Let me play a little bit more. I don't want to put y'all to sleep.
Being sent through the mails, flooding into the South because they didn't want these ideas. They also burned in effigy William Lloyd Garrison, the famous abolitionist publisher. 2 years later, in 1837, a mob in Illinois, not in the Deep South, mob in Illinois, went and burned the abolitionist presses of a guy named Elijah Lovejoy. In his case, however, they burned him as well. He was murdered by a mob of anti-abolitionists. So there's a long secret history of book banning in this country. After the Civil War, it became about sex to a larger degree. Then in the 1950s, the books that were being suppressed were a little bit different. Would it surprise you if I told you a textbook commissioner in Indiana said there should be no books in school with Robin Hood? Why Robin Hood? Well, what does Robin Hood do? He steals from the rich and gives to the poor. What is that? That's socialism. That's communism. So they actually tried to get books with Robin Hood out of the schools. You can laugh at that and say, that's crazy. But this was part of a much bigger thing that we call McCarthyism today. At the same time that textbook commissioner was trying to get Robin Hood out of the schools, Joseph McCarthy had sent attorney Roy Cohn to all the libraries, the State Department libraries in Europe, claiming that there were thousands of books by communists in those libraries. And they started to pull them out of the libraries. And the State Department went along with it. And it was quite a story at the time. Now, the president at the time was Dwight Eisenhower. He'd just been elected, he'd just been inaugurated, but Joseph McCarthy was a very powerful man. So Eisenhower didn't want to take him on too publicly, but he made a speech in 1953 at Dartmouth University at the commencement. He said, don't join the book burners. Don't be afraid to go into every library and take out any books. We can't hide the faults in our past. So that's a fairly conservative Republican president trying to speak against this. But there's a long history of this, obviously. What's changed in the current environment is that the books that were once accused of being maybe sexy, books like The Catcher in the Rye, that kids shouldn't read such things, it's now turned into much more a political and a racial issue. This guy in this.
Yeah, well, he said it, and that's what I was saying from the beginning. It's political, and that's another reason why the Republicans are finna sweep. They're finna use this shit to sweep. They're finna sweep across the nation, bro, with this. They're just using it as a tool. They really don't give a fuck one way or another.
No, exactly. That's just another reason to get people riled up, and it's just give some people a reason to. Really, they don't even need to use that. Like, there's so many reasons already to vote for the other side. Especially on the national level. There's really enough done already that's just like, nope, don't want no part of that no more.
I'm distracted, y'all. I'm sorry. I was looking for the clip talking about Kanye West. It must have been on Instagram. It's like, this dude is not stupid, y'all. Yeah, I think he done.
Far from it.
He made a whole bunch of.
I think this album will be available to just the public that's not.
He already made a bunch of money, like overnight, on that shit, selling the damn device. That's what I was trying to look for. I can't find it.
But I believe you can still, like, you may have to purchase the album, but because it's like definite, it's not going to be streaming. But I think you will be able to buy the album like without the video and the player, whatever this thing is called. I don't know. I forget what they called it, but I think it still will be available for those. Because $200 is a lot just to, especially if you just want the music. There's gonna be a bunch of people that's gonna buy the $200 package, but there's gonna be some that's just gonna want the $20 package.
Doc says people want to push a personal agenda, restrict the ability to conceive of what is outside the box, instead of just repress outside the box thinking. And then he says, funny thing, it is the liberals that are canceling books right now. Normally, it's the conservatives. Well, they're doing it on both sides, but the Republicans are the ones that's going to use this as their tool to get votes.
It looked like to me, maybe I'm wrong, but as far as the ones that's banning the books, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But I guess I assumed it was the conservatives, Republicans, or whatever that was trying to ban the CRT in the masses.
Well, the liberals got this damn LGBT stuff going on where they're like, I don't know, stuff that's like offensive to, I don't know, bro. It's on both sides, but the Republicans are going to use it as their Fucking Atlantis. Fuck it. Let's talk about Atlantis.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Now I know that Jimmy has
Trump
looked at that. Yeah.
What'd you say?
So I know for sure Trump will use it because he already has, like, one of the videos I saw of him at a rally. That was one of the things he used. He said that banning and he's only saying it because that's like he knows, like, a lot of his people, that's, you know, they're on that. That's what they're on. But
yeah, man, it's so fucking crazy, bro. Breaking news: Ukraine. Let me see. Shepherd of Hermas. The book almost made it into the Bible. It says the U.S. owes $350,000 to every Black American. Oh wait, we can go over the Ukraine stuff. That'll be better, because I really think that people don't understand. Because it's little pieces of Ukraine that we're talking about here that has already been in dispute. Different little territories that don't call themselves Ukraine. So, and technically, it's Russia coming to protect those little countries, and because they recognize their sovereignty. So that's really what's happening. Where the fuck is the video?
okay, so Russia is actually trying to protect some of the countries that has been, you know, been like that Ukraine have gotten aggressive with.
Basically, these countries don't want to be a part of Ukraine no more, and Ukraine like, nah, y'all, just like China is with Taiwan. But it's different because Taiwan has a longer history of that. Did we talk about the post-capitalist society?
Hey, is y'all video going out and in?
I don't know. I can't see anything right now. I'm trying to find this shit. Bruh, I'm fucking unorganized today.
You asked if the video was going in and out.
Yes.
I didn't see any.
Okay, mine is.
Oh, here it is. Al Jazeera. It's only 9 minutes. Let me see. What Russia actually wants with Ukraine. So I think that the topic is confused, but it's because it's complex and really don't nobody give a fuck. But it's important to try to understand a little bit about it, because like I say, man, everybody they're drumming the war fucking. But this is only gonna be, I would play Bo's take on this because he's really good on that shit, but I don't fucking I can't play his videos, but he broke this situation down in real simple terms. This is a little more complex.
Don't forget a resurrecting Russia. A Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Crisis in Ukraine. How close are we really to war?
It's Russia. Russia and Russia.
Anything involving Russia, the United States, and NATO tends to have all the characteristics of a 21st century crisis. Mean wars initiated by official government accounts? Check. Shallow mainstream media analysis.
The only clarity we've had in this whole thing is that American citizens are on their own in a potential war zone.
Check. Articles telling you which weapons manufacturers stock to buy because, hey, war might break out and thousands of people might die, but at least your portfolio can grow. Yeah, we're not surprised either. Check. But why is there tension? What's the missing piece the mainstream news isn't covering very well? Are Western countries correct in saying that Vladimir Putin is a relentless aggressor trying to invade neighboring countries and dreaming of resurrecting the Soviet Union? Or is Russia justified in saying that the United States and its allies are hostile, breaking promises, and deliberately encircling Russia? This is a story about war, loss, betrayal, and at the center of it all, the largest military alliance in the world. The coverage of this crisis tends to downplay the role of one central player, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, also known as NATO.
If the North Atlantic Treaty Organization had stuck with providing basic security against Russia or anyone else for its original membership of the West European countries, we would have no crisis today.
Unpacking NATO is key to understanding Russia's actions. You see, NATO was born right after World War II as an alliance against the Soviet Union, its growing influence, and its massive army. In the West, it's often forgotten that it was the Soviet Union that made the biggest contribution in defeating Nazi Germany. Around 27 million Soviets died in the Second World War. This almost unimaginable death toll is crucial to understanding why the formation of NATO made Russians feel like the world betrayed them.
Pause. Did NATO betray Russia? Did the Western world betray Russia after World War II? What do you think, Pat? You there?
I kind of stepped out for a second. Yeah, NATO. I heard something about NATO.
Do you think NATO or the Western powers disrespected Russia after World War II? Didn't respect their contributions to, because that's what they were just saying. Russia took the most casualties, and they also pretty much won the war.
I would say that, like the question they asked, like I think they underestimated him. I think because of some of the positions that they put him in politically, was potentially weakened him, but at the same time, like I think right now they're seeing that he's really, that they didn't do what they thought they did, I guess.
Well, like Russia, they won the war, bruh. And then after the war, then they started losing. Well, Russia fell later. That's what they were about to say. And they lost a whole bunch of territory. And it's like NATO turned against them, just because they were so powerful. They were so powerful. That's the reason why they won the war. They were on the Allies. Ain't that so crazy? To try to understand, the world that we live in now. You go back to the history of World War II and the alliances of the world back then, and who was fighting against who. And then you look at the world now, and who's fighting who. And then how the United States disrespects. They do disrespect Russia. They don't give them the Normandy, storming the that's what we hear about. Saving Private Ryan. You know what I'm saying? Taking Normandy. That's what we hear about. And it makes it look like America won the war. But we didn't. Even if we didn't take Normandy, the war would have been won because it was won on the other side, the Western Front. That's history shit, though. I'm killing y'all with my history shit, huh?
Good. Honestly, this is where I would probably really kick into another year, but
yeah,
shit, I had a long day, man. I might have to go and just shut it down for the.
All right, man. Thank you for being. Get you some rest.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit you up in the morning. late morning, early afternoon, whatever.
Yeah, I got to get up and go to class, no matter how much I don't want to do it.
For sure, we'll hook up and do something.
Yeah, man, just hit me.
Let's do lunch.
Yeah, just hit me.
For sure.
All right, bro.
Deuces,
Yeah,
bro. Yeah, man. I'm a holler.
Peace and love.
Peace.
Peace and love, bro.
And love.
Y'all look at this picture right here. This is cars in Kyiv packed together toward an exit from the city on Thursday. It says,
is this Ukraine?
Yeah, Kyiv is in Ukraine. After Russia President Vladimir Putin authorized a military operation in eastern Ukraine. I really want to explain this more to y'all, but it's going to bore the shit out of y'all. So what's been on your mind, Curtis?
I've just been chilling. I got my second job and stuff, so I've been working, man. Just working.
Yeah. Sometimes working a lot can be good. It'll keep you out of trouble.
Yeah,
Plus,
and more money and
plus you can't spend money when you're at work all the time. You ain't got time to spend it. That's a good thing.
That's why I'm on the show early tonight.
See, so you're doing a positive activity. You made a one good decision leads into another one. You know what? That's what they say. Here's another picture of residents of Kyiv, Ukraine, leaving the city following missile strikes. Damn, you can see the traffic.
Yeah.
It says Russia launched attacks on Ukraine. Explosions reported in multiple cities. Ukraine declares martial law. Ukraine's military says it has shot down 5 Russian planes and a helicopter. Damn.
Yeah.
Damn, that sounds like an intense ass, real ass situation, bro.
Because it is.
To Russia. In the name of humanity, do not allow to start in Europe what could be the worst war since the beginning of the century. President Putin, in the name of humanity, bring your troops back to Russia. In the name of humanity.
They went and found somebody's grandpa, so it could be all emotional and shit.
It's crazy, man. You know, that's how far out of the loop I am. I didn't even know this was happening.
It's crazy, bro. Because some people talking about nuclear.
Yeah.
You know, fucking, we don't want a war with Russia, bro. Fuck out of here, bro. Nobody wants a war with Russia. Let them do whatever the fuck they want to do over there, bro. They bring that shit over here, then yeah, that's over there, bro. Like, what the fuck does it got to do with us at the end of the day, bro? No offense to people in Ukraine. I'm just saying.
Yeah. You say you better handle it.
I mean, bro. Is Ukraine finna come over here? Is Ukraine finna come over here and help us with our situations over here, bro? I don't think so.
No, dog. But it's just funny because it's just like a fight. It's like a fight, and you see, dude, huge 7 foot tall dude going up to one of your homeboys because I cursed him out. I could see you looking on him like, yep, you better handle that yourself because I ain't helping. Good God. But no, man, you're right, bro.
Because what you gonna ask him? You're gonna be like, what'd you do?
You done pissed him off.
What'd you do? That's what we need to ask Ukraine. What'd you do?
You had to do something. They're just gonna do it. And like, you know what? Today, I think it's a good idea to fuck with Ukraine. You know what? That is a good idea. Let's go do it. Nah, man, that shit gonna happen that way.
Yeah, that's crazy talk. Crazy talk, bro.
кого может возникнуть соблазн со стороны вмешаться в происходящее событие. Кто бы ни пытался помешать нам, а тем более создать угрозы для нашей страны, для нашего народа, должны знать, что ответ России будет незамедлительным.
No captions. So I'd rather hear what he has to say. All of what the fuck everybody else has to say is beside the fucking point. And it's always true that we don't really know what's going on. Our media doesn't tell us the fucking truth. It filters whatever, message that it wants to give us. And that's what we get.
Especially us, bro. Especially us. When you was talking about like the information, dude. Think about our movies and stuff. There's certain versions of movies that come out here. The rest of the world, even though they're made here, the rest of the world gets a different version. We don't all see the same version of the movie. Now, I'm not just talking about language. I'm talking about scenes, acting. Certain things are taken out to be allowed to go into different countries, and
a lot of people don't know, like the FBI, the CIA, or whatever. They have to approve every movie. Like, you can't just release a movie. You got to get a approval from like the FBI.
Yeah, I know.
Because if you're saying some shit that they don't want to be in a movie, then you can't put it in the movie. Yep. So like, and then we want to, we always be talking about we live in the freest country in the world. We're most free people in the world. We live in the greatest country in the world. That's what they keep telling us.
I'm not going to disagree with that, but I'm also not going to agree with it. Like, as far as that, I don't know, bro. As far as that, I don't know. One, because I haven't been on another continent. Two, because it's so hard not to get blinded just by what the hell happens in everyday life and shit, and like the way our society is. It's hard not to be blinded. I don't sympathize with it. You know what I'm saying?
I get it. It's hard to see.
Yeah.
But we gotta try. That's why we gotta help, and that's why I'm doing this. And I'll be talking about art. That's why creating art is important. Art helps you see. Like a fiction novel.
And now this might be a little off subject, but I recently saw a video of a guy talking about art. It is a little off subject, but I thought it was interesting. Now he was talking about money laundering, right? So he's talking about money laundering, and he said, "Okay, so if you want to launder $1 million to me, and I sell you my 2010 Hyundai Corolla. Let's just say Hyundai Corolla, right? And you pay me $1 million for that. That's going to get a lot of eyes from the government. You with me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
So he's like, that's the interesting thing about art, because it holds the value is on the beholder. It's like take the artwork that I have in my apartment. I paid $200 for this picture that Rachel painted for me, and I paid it because it was worth that. For me, that artwork was worth that. You can launder as much damn money as you want, and all I have to do is draw a little stick figure and a circle, a little circle head, and draw some lines, 2 legs and 2 arms. You can launder as much money as you want, because
that's what I was talking about. Did you hear? Are you talking about the NFTs? I was talking about that in the other video. Is that what you're talking about? The NFTs, that's what they're doing with the NFTs. I was like, okay. I got to thinking about it. All right. I still don't really get NFTs, but I saw a video of a dude saying that it's basically money laundering and drug deals. So some dude comes and you're selling a fucking stick figure for $500,000, and the guy online buys it for $500,000, a private guy, and then but it looks like he's just buying a stick figure, but really he's buying some cocaine. I don't know, a human, drugs,
you can't
guns.
It's between the buyer and the seller. The government can't put value on art, bro.
You give them the guns and drugs or whatever for free, but they paid for the stick figure NFT.
You see that? I thought that was crazy, man.
Like and moving money around, because one of the reasons why how you avoid taxes, right, is because as soon as you buy something, that's when you have to pay taxes. As soon as you pass your money down to your kids or something, you have to pay taxes. As soon as you withdraw the money out the bank, you got to pay taxes, that kind of stuff. So if you just doing a transaction where it's just I'm buying a freaking stick figure person, then I'm not really making a withdrawal out of my account. I mean, you can't tax that. I'm buying a stick figure, bro.
I thought he drew this picture of a stick figure person excellently.
Yes.
And he can go to fucking court and they're gonna be like, yeah, this is what I bought. And they say, it doesn't matter if I have a mental condition or not. I wanted this stick figure. He drew it better than I did. And he gave me the guns for free.
And that's what I think is happening, bro. I think that the crime world, the underground world, is the ones who's pushing this, and it makes it legitimate when everybody else is doing it kind of like for real, but them niggas know what it's really about.
Yeah,
they,
of course
they know what
you can't prove it. You can't fucking prove it because it's like, yeah, man. Great stick figure. And you're like, oh, you gonna hang it up? Yep. Take a piece of tape and stick it right on his wall. There you go. And then shit you can do about it.
Because probably somebody came up with it. Maybe it was a criminal who came up with it first way, but maybe it wasn't. But then the criminal was like, wait, I know how I can use this. I know what this is for. Call up Tebow. Tebow, draw me a stick figure, Tebow. Yeah.
I found it out, and I was not elated. I don't want to say elated. Like, no, man, it's not damn bad. It depends on what you actually buying. It's not bad. I'm sorry. I'm an advocate for that. I was like, wait, what? Because I started thinking about how I could use that. And I'll push to the side. It's like, hold on, man. Yeah, man. Just draw me a stick figure. I'm gonna give you these here guns for free. What you do with it, that's on you. That is fucking genius, dude. That's genius. That's somebody using their mind.
Yeah, and be like, but make sure you pay for this stick figure because this costs $500,000.
Yeah.
This shit here, nigga.
Yeah.
This shit here.
And this is just bonus. All this crack and cocaine I got, that's just a bonus. You can have that. But this picture right here, yep, just drew it right in front of you. I'm an artist.
$500,000. Doc says,
but that also can ruin like the art industry, man. Like that was one of the most fun times that I ever had in my entire life, and I swear to God, in my entire life, was going with Rachel Davis to one of those art shows, and what even made it even better is because it was nothing but black people in there, and the stereotype for me was broken. Like broken. I wasn't that stereotypical when I went, but that's what I had been advocating and saying that nah, bro, it's not all damn black people. Like, dude, they were in there half naked, body painting, and motherfuckers, you ain't got the wild shit that we're stereotyped for. And people looking, and I'm looking at Rachel. I'm like, hey man, that woman's naked. And I'm looking at her, she got straight damn face, video phone right in this damn woman's video recorded and shit like that. And I was so nervous that I didn't pull out my phone because there was other dudes with their phone out. I ain't pull out my phone. I'm like, nah, man, they're gonna be looking at me like like I'm a pervert or something. But that shit, dude, it was freaking phenomenal.
But that's a whole vibe. I know exactly what you're talking about, Curtis. That's a whole vibe. You know, I used to do
Yeah.
music, and the music scene here in Houston and the art scene kind of intertwined. So I rub shoulders
Yeah, it
with a
does.
lot of those people. So
It does.
yeah, I know about the vibe. The vibe is cool. Everybody support each other and shit. It's a really cool ass
Yes,
vibe.
bro.
But look, what you said I think is true. They're killing art with this shit. Like actual
Yeah,
real
but
art.
yes,
Because they don't
yes.
want art. What I was saying earlier is art helps people see. So you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They kill it and make it into stick figures, and now people can't see shit but how to do scams. Let me read Doc's comments. He says
That's
why
hilarious to me, man.
Hold on.
I'm
He says-
sorry. It's still hilarious to me.
Let me read the
Like,
comments. Doc
damn.
says that's why NFTs are getting attention, money laundering. He says
Yeah.
another thing people are doing is they are copying art from sites like DeviantArt and turning them into NFTs, selling for hundreds of thousands. And often the original artist doesn't even know their art was used, much less paid for. Is your mic rubbing something? I'm getting like feedback or something, bro. Is your
From
mic
me?
rubbing? Yeah, I think so. It's got to be coming from you.
No, it's stable.
Okay, stop. Wait, now it's doing it again.
I don't know why, but I don't have anything else on in here.
That's weird.
Hey, I hate you a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate you a little bit. Nothing but hate for you, my friend. I hate you, bro.
Yeah, man. So fucking I had another topic, but I don't want to put y'all to sleep. What the fuck?
Dude, I'm still up. It's 1:30. I'm probably gonna get ready to shut it down, but I'm still up.
Yeah. This Ukraine shit is crazy. I don't want to keep talking about it because everybody fucking talking about it. Everybody covering that shit. This post-capitalist dystopia. I want to talk about that. I think I'm gonna save that for next show though. What is this? I'll keep on clicking on that. I don't know. I done lost track. I ain't gonna lie, I'm losing it. Let's talk about Star Trek, bro. Did you ever watch Star Trek?
No, I wasn't a Trekkie or Star Trek or Star Wars. Neither one of them, bro. Never really got into it.
You ain't like Star Wars either?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, bro.
But this wasn't interesting to me.
What about Stargate? What about any science fiction?
Stargate. Come on, that's a wide open question. Of course, science fiction, but maybe Stargate. Maybe Stargate.
You watched some of Stargate?
Some of Stargate I did watch.
Yeah, I like these ideas of these future societies and how they move around and stuff, because like a lot of these petty ass problems that we have, like they don't have. Like it's stupid. Like why we haven't evolved past the point of fighting over this dumbass shit that we fight over, you know?
I don't know, bro. I was just talking to my mom's about that a couple of days ago, man. Fuck. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I have no fucking clue. It is literally the dumbest question that I have swirling around in my mind. It's just like, damn, dude.
Like I
We're the
say,
only goddamn-
we were supposed to have flying. They told us we was have flying cars right now.
Well, we do have flying cars, but we're not as advanced in 2022 as predicted or something, you know.
Yeah, because wasn't the Jetsons set in 2020 or something like that?
I don't know. I'm gonna look that up though.
I think it was 2020, 2021, some shit like
Yeah,
that.
I probably saw a meme. I probably saw a meme about that. I'm like, yeah, we ain't got none of that.
None of that shit.
'Cause we ain't
None of
together,
that
bro. We're not together.
We could. We just steady arguing about stupid, arbitrary bullshit.
Yeah.
It's annoying. Yeah, so what about science fiction? Like I say, because I was watching a video about science fiction and they were talking about how there's always been science fiction and science fiction kind of influences scientists and like a lot of the kids that grew up watching like Star Trek, like the cell phone was kind of in Star Trek. They had like a little flip phone in Star Trek. And so, a lot of people would like to say that stuff like that influences the technology that we end up having for real. Because some kid watches it and then they figure out a way to make it actually a real thing. But anyways, did you ever read any like science fiction novels, or what's your favorite science fiction book or movie?
Ooh. Favorite science fiction movie.
What's yours, Doc? Favorite science fiction movie? Oh, and I want to ask about the difference between Star Trek and Star Wars, because both of them have a reflection on. Sister Curtis don't know what we're talking about, but they both have a reflection on society, and they're talking about capitalism and so forth and so on, going at it in different ways. Star Trek is like a communist, egalitarian type of society, and Star Wars is like a feudalism type of shit, like authoritarian, fucking monopolistic, capitalistic type of shit. So tell me what you think about that. Let me read his comments. Star Trek exists in a post-scarcity environment. Star Wars exists in a near-feudal state with warring factions. And Stargate actually is a feudal system with kings and gods. Okay. Yeah. So think about that. So like whenever they create that stuff, it's always a reflection on our society. So each one of those, Star Trek, Star Wars, and Stargate, are a type of reflection on our society, like an interpretation of our society or a way our society could be. You know what I mean? An idea, an experiment that we could have.
So what's your question?
I lost it. It's like how can you see like when I saw Star Wars, I was disappointed in the last Star Wars. I ain't gonna lie. I really like Star Wars, even though I kind of see the Christ story in Star Wars a bit. So I see the religion because they threw religion in Star Wars, a bit of Christianity in there. So I think that's why I be feeling it sometimes. But I really didn't like the end of the last one. Man, I'm getting a bunch of fucking feedback, bro.
From me?
I don't know where it's coming from.
I don't hear anything. Like I said, there's nothing on in my house.
It sounds like a mic is getting rubbed. What kind of mic do you have?
It's my phone.
It's your earpiece? Or are you moving the phone around?
Huh?
Are you moving the phone around?
No.
I don't know what that
Are you
is.
still getting it?
It's weird, bro. That's all right. He said everyone was disappointed in the last Star Wars. Yeah, man. It disappointed the shit out of me. I kind of liked it, the premise. I really was waiting for it. I was expecting it to be good. I mean, they took so long. They came out with this shit. They was going to reboot the whole thing. And I figured they was going to do a good job. I liked the little white girl. I like how she did. The black guy, I mean, his acting was really good, but it was all comical and shit, and didn't feel like it fit into the story, kind of. And it kind of like they threw his character in there, like he didn't even really fucking fit. But I like the idea of him being the one of the fucking troop, one of the, the damn robot fucking Federation. I mean, not Federation. Y'all know what I'm talking about. The bad guys, basically. And then seeing how they were slaughtering people, and then he was like, man, I can't really do this, and rebel. And that's what I like about the story of like the chance, because I live my life that way. I live my life in the universe and following the flow of the universe and really kind of believing in chance in a certain way. Chance in a way that if you live your life right, things just gonna fall right. You know what I mean? If you do good things, you do the right thing, you make good decisions, you just keep on trucking in that direction of good decisions, then like the universe is just gonna open the way for you. It's just gonna let you just do it. That's what I really believe. So like in that movie Star Wars, that's kind of how it was with them. Like luck, all of these spur of the moment, like lucky moments, like chance events, series of chance events brought down the whole damn thing.
Yeah.
That idea I do like. Doc says John Boyega got screwed in the editing. They cut a lot of the stuff that would have fleshed out his character. Yeah, I wish they didn't try to make him so fucking funny. He was doing a really good job with his acting in it. He just it didn't fit with the rest of the fucking movie and shit. Like
what movie is like again?
I'm talking about the last Star Wars.
Last Star Wars.
Yeah. But what do you do though? A lot of people was disappointed in the last Matrix too. Did you watch the Matrix?
I still haven't seen it, man.
I liked it.
Been busy.
A lot of people was disappointed in it, but I wasn't. I liked it a lot. I thought it was good. It went in a different direction or whatever, but I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Doc says, and then he went and talked shit about Disney Star Wars and shot himself in the foot. Probably fucked up his whole damn career. But hopefully he got paid off of the Star Wars movies. They made him into a star. They got fucking toys and shit of him and shit. Hopefully he got paid off of that shit. What else? What else, Curtis? You see anything in the news lately? It's cold as fuck. Was you cold? It's 63 degrees. I went outside. I got surprised by that. How hit me in the face when I walked outside.
Yeah. No, I ain't seen nothing in the news lately, man. I've been hardly watching the news. Like I said, I've been not out of the zone, but disconnected. Oof. Like I just this last couple of weeks, I've just been focusing on work and getting my pulling things together.
That's good.
That's about it. Like really, that's about it. And I'm hardly going to the damn bars now. So man.
Yeah.
Certain things gotta happen, bro. Certain things gotta happen, man. And telling people, you can't just sit there and pray. You gotta do something.
Yeah, man. You can't just wait for Jesus to come. It's like, won't he do it? Jesus, won't he do it?
Man, I don't even want to get on that because I got shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna piss everybody off if I get on that. Doc,
because I'm gonna be right there with you. Because bro.
Who do you like better? Do you like Star Wars better or Star Trek better? I'm a Star Trek guy, really because of my dad, and he said Star Wars was like space cowboys. I don't know. I guess it kind of stuck.
I didn't watch that, dude.
So, but I like Star Trek though. I really do like. It makes you think. I think it was ahead of its time. Star Trek was. It says, and then he went to and talked shit about. I already read that.
Yeah.
If you have HBO Max, check out Raised by Wolves. Raised by Wolves. Was it a real person that lived and was raised by wolves? They are different. No need to choose one over the other. They are different. They are different. And I like Star Wars for different reasons than I like Star Trek. Star Wars gets me all emotional and shit sometimes. Because that's what Star Wars is, bro. Like the earlier Star Wars, man, you get all emotionally involved, and bro, that shit might bring you to tears, just like, you know what I mean? You want to see the good guys win, you know?
Yeah.
You want to see the good guys win.
We talked
But
about this.
Star Trek is different because it just keeps going on and on. Each episode, they was just kind of trying to make a point.
we have movies. Everybody wants to see the good guy win, but shit. In
He
reality,
says sci-fi, rebuilding humanity on another planet raised by wolves. That is going to be interesting. I might check it out. I do have HBO Max, but I never watch TV. I shouldn't even pay for that shit. I really pay for it for my sister and them. So I don't watch TV, but if I can find the time, I'll check it out. Doc, so what's your favorite like genre books like that you have to read? You like to read? I like horror fiction the most. Horror fiction is my favorite. I really like Stephen King and Dean Koontz. Horror fiction, I feel like it's like the realest shit because horror is when you get down to what real humans are, how humans really are. That's why I like the beginning of The Walking Dead, because I think they touched on how humans really are, how we really are. And like when we're scared of death and we're scared of dying and we're living on the edge, that's when you see how humans really are.
hey man, like I know this. Well, I don't care if it sounds weird or not, but dude, I'm not afraid of death anymore. I'm just not. I used to be. I know.
God don't teach you to be afraid of death. It's these men, these damn, I don't know, the religions. I don't really know where they get it from because it don't say it in the religion nowhere. I don't know where the fuck they get this shit from. You're not supposed to fear death.
When I say I am actively working, bro, I am actively working because I have some goals set, but I did learn to work in silence. Work in silence because of how our society is. And I don't know if it's the whole world, but yeah, man, work in silence, man. It's because if somebody knows what you're doing and you know your goals, like jealousy is rampant. Like, it's everywhere. But the reason that I'm not afraid of death anymore is it's space shit. It's space shit. You know, our universe, well, our galaxy is not going to exist at a certain point in time. It's just not. And then with that in mind, I kind of look out at the world and see exactly what's going on, knowing, and everybody has knowledge that this motherfucker is going to expire. So it's not to take down your Tom Brady's, your Neil deGrasse Tyson's, your Stephen Hawkins. It's not to speak against them. That is totally not what I'm trying to say. But what I'm trying to say is like, damn, dude, what you do here, that's for you. That's for you.
Let me read the comments.
Yeah, go ahead.
Doc says, I prefer Babylon 5 and Firefly Serenity as serial sci-fi. I really like Babylon 5 too. Ain't that the one with the android chick or like the chick with the really badass body, really cute, pretty?
All of them got one chick with some badass body, bro.
Yeah, but I think that one had a really badass chick in there. The outfit she had on was like skin tight.
Yeah.
Doc says, try Necroscope by Brian Lumley. Necroscope sounds like death microscope, like really looking at death closely. And Doc says, Walking Dead is not about zombies, apocalypse. It's a human drama set in ZA. Yeah, I think so too.
It's a human drama set in the zombie apocalypse.
Right, and I like it because it well, I haven't watched it in a long time, but when I was watching it, I liked it a lot. I didn't like how they would draw out the scenes, like they would drag it out, but I liked how because it was kind of like about the psychology of humans and how humans deal with other humans, especially under like distress. So
I know you've seen Bird Box.
Which one was Bird Box? The one with the thing that they had to have over their eyes so they couldn't see.
Yeah, they couldn't walk outside and look. You couldn't use it because if it saw you, then you had to change, and you'll become self-destructive and start like people were
I liked that movie. A lot of people, there was bad reviews on that. A lot of people said it was like a worst movie she ever made, but I liked it a lot. I think it had a message. So you want to watch the movie. You want to watch the movie for the message. I mean, you can't just take like the drama seriously and get into it as far as like, oh my God, this is really happening. Because the whole time it didn't feel real. It felt more surreal. You know what I mean? Like like almost a cartoon kind of, because the way it was written or whatever, it didn't have like the dialogue. None of it really felt real. But the message that they had, it was real. They had a real message behind what they were trying to say in that movie. And at the end, where it was like the blind people was the ones that was good to go, you know what I'm saying? And that makes you think about society, and it's this media, and that's the media we're consuming every day, the Matrix. So the people that can see, they get turned into this damn zombie that is self-destructive. They become self-destructive. And then you had the ones, that's what another part of the movie was crazy, where you had the ones who were kind of like the anomalies, but they were the ones who were trying to get people to have to see. They would take the people's blindfolds off and stuff like that to turn them into fucking self-destructive zombies, because they wanted them to be, it was like, oh, that part's the idea of that is scary as fuck. You horrible ass, funky ass motherfucker. You know?
But tell me that ain't where we are right now.
You horrible. You horrible, funky son of a bitch. You gonna take my blindfold off.
Give me 2 seconds.
All right. What the fuck is that noise? It's even doing it while he's not there. It's gotta be that nigga phone. Let me mute it and see what happened. See, I muted. I don't hear nothing. These niggas need to get phones that work. Upgrade your phone, Curtis. You got two jobs now. Damn. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna go, y'all. I got class in the morning, and I don't want to waste my topics, the ones that I really want to talk heavy about at the end of the show. I don't like to do that, because then I end up wasting the topic. President Biden announced his plan to impose severe sanctions on Russia following a conversation with Ukraine's president. President Zelensky reached out to me tonight, and we finished speaking. I condemned this unprovoked and unjustified attack by Russian military forces. I briefed him on the steps we are taking to rally international condemnation, including tonight at the UN Security Council. So damn, they have an emergency meeting or something? Damn, they have an emergency UN Community Council meeting. That's not good. He asked me to call on the leaders of the world to speak out clearly against President Putin's flagrant aggression and to stand with the people of Ukraine. Tomorrow, I will be meeting with the leaders of the G7. The United States and our allies and partners will be imposing severe sanctions on Russia. We will continue to provide support and assistance to Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. I'm going to talk about this more tomorrow, because I really kind of want to clear this up for y'all, but I don't want to put y'all to sleep with it. But it's big news, but I also want people to know what's happening other than this fucking... just what you're seeing. Because...
Вот что творят. Попали нам в газопровод. Во, подлюки.
God damn.
Лупят по нашему дому, по 32-му дому.
Nigga,
О, скоты. Загорелся у нас газ. Вон, видите? Загорелся газ. Наверное, крышу мне побили.
Damn, how close did that shit hit to them? Oh shit, I'd be shitting on myself, bro. Bro, I would be shitting on myself. I would be in the bathtub taking a whole shit. What'd you say, Curtis?
Boys be like, "Oh, I'm a soldier. I'll make it through that." I hate hearing that shit. No, you wouldn't. No, fuck that, bro. You ain't trained for this shit.
Niggas thinking they gangster. I'm gonna go get my AR-15 and I'm gonna run outside and I'm gonna handle business. No, nigga, with a missile, nigga, you don't even know where that bitch coming from, bro. Who you finna shoot at?
Bro.
Who you shooting at?
You can't do nothing but stand there and look at him. Like, for real? For real, bro? You gonna sit here and say that? all he need is one of his homeboys to be like, "Yep, he sure will."
That's a real nigga. He keeps it G.
Exactly. That's a real nigga. That's my nigga. That's my nigga Loke right there, baby.
I'm gonna try to put the bathtub on top of me or something, and I'm gonna be shitting on myself.
You might survive doing that. You just might live.
And I'm gonna be pissing and shitting on myself the whole time. Crying and snotting, nigga, praying and everything.
Bro, I told you this. It's not a joke. I told you I passed up the damn man who hit the pole. Right there on Gessner. Yeah. Hit the damn pole, and as me and my homeboy Dan was passing on, I looked, and this guy he's got like blood coming from like this side of his mouth. And they out there just doing paperwork, just like that door ain't open, and I ain't seen no damn body just laying there. It's like, God damn, dude. I gasped. It was like, fuck, you don't want to see that shit, man. You do not want to see that shit. Like, what the fuck? How does that become normality? That's not normal.
Doc says, I've been in gunfights. I don't even want to be in the same zip codes as freaking missile fight. I'm telling you. Nigga, I don't want to be in the state. Nigga.
Exactly.
Nigga, fuck that. Even if I got missiles, nigga, even if I got fucking like some damn, because them niggas like in Palestine and shit, them niggas got them like regular old ass fucking like mortars and shit, and those damn shoulder ass fucking grenade launchers. Yeah. Old ass Soviet fucking old ass Soviet stuff. And them motherfuckers, so they got the Israel got the damn Iron Dome, and they got helicopters and complex ass drones and shit. And these niggas is shooting at them. See, that's gangster. That's gangster.
Well, okay. Well, all right. I got to figure it out now. I got to start looking at the news. I got to figure out why Russia is attacking the Ukraine, and I can't listen to one of these goddamn bigots or one of these motherfuckers that's full of bullshit.
Yeah, I have to look into it.
You know what I'm saying? I gotta figure it out for myself, and I can't get the goddamn information from the news. So, gotta go do some damn research.
Doc says, I choose to note out when it comes to using explosives. I prefer swords, and they really want to get medieval with me. If they really want to get medieval with me. Fucking yeah, man. I'm gonna play this one more time, bro. This is fucking horrifying. If this don't scare the living daylight out of you, bro, you're not human.
Вот что творят.
That's crazy, man.
Попали нам в газопровод. Во, подлюки. Лупят по нашему дому, по 32-му дому. Во, скоты.
It's the same shit people in Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan. The list fucking goes on. Libya. It's the same shit they went through. And Americans, United States citizens are quick to be like, yeah, blow the motherfuckers up. Y'all don't know what the hell y'all saying, bro. Y'all don't know what y'all saying. These are human beings. It's a building on fire. It looks like a main building too.
I'm saying.
For wars that they have nothing to do with.
Tell me you gangster enough to be out there. Talking about I'm gangster. I'm ready to go to war. I'm ready to strap my boots on right now.
Go to the army. Fuck that shit.
Nigga gonna be shitting and pissing on himself. These niggas is so pussy. They so quick to fucking send somebody else to go to war though.
Yeah, they are. I mean, you can't fight it yourself, can you? You need help. Fuck that. God damn it.
And it's always some rich guy who probably
The shit that I think about is I can't say there's such thing as good politicians, but think about the stress that's on these motherfuckers' mind. You know that.
But they not finna get shot at. That's what I was just finna say. It's always some rich person that's not finna worry about no bullets or no missiles.
Shit. But I'm thinking about they have knowledge that thousands of people are fucking gonna die.
Yeah. I mean, it's gotta fuck with them to a certain extent, but they're not worried about getting blowed up and shot.
Yeah, Obama went gray within his first year.
Yeah. Imagine the shit. I mean, he probably, he found out what his job really was. That's what it was.
Yeah,
He
buddy.
was like, oh shit.
Yeah, I know. Within the first fucking year, bro. It was like, hey, that ain't supposed to happen that fast. That nigga stressed like shit. He's stressed.
But if you look at the presidents, all of them do that. Clinton aged like that too when he was in there.
Yeah, I know.
That job gotta be hard on him.
Why it is so, you may not be able to figure out, but still you know one thing, if this is happening to me, this is my making. This is the greatest empowerment you can have, when you understand my life is my making.
That's a powerful idea.
No, I get what he's saying. Yeah, it's based off of my decisions, but that's based off my decisions versus what's happening. You know what I'm saying? Because if I was the only motherfucker here, it wouldn't matter what my damn decisions were. It's the fact that that we have other conscious motherfuckers. You exist running around here. It just ain't cats, it's animals and dogs and shit. I don't believe in the fucking Adam and Eve story. It's like, fuck.
Yeah, bunch of bullshit. Doc
Yeah, that's
says,
bullshit.
give it a few years, we will have bombings in public places, and not all of it will be foreign based. Shit, I don't think any of it will be foreign based. It'll only be from us. Doc says, the average Russian street thug is far scarier than a U.S. gangbanger. Hell yeah, bro. I've watched some of them fucking videos. I have a account on YouTube, Instagram that I follow, and it's straight Russian, like it's straight from Russia, and they just different from us, bro. They life is different from us, bro. Like they're a lot like us, but they way more gangster. Like
Dude, one of
getting
my
kidnapped or something. Just like in the movies, whenever it's like a Russian chick, she's always really like badass. Like
hey, one of my homeboys, he does a lot of traveling and shit. So he went over there, man, and motherfucker took a needle and stuck it right in his neck and threw it right on the ground and kept on going. I said, what? And he was like, yeah, man, they don't have laws and shit like that over there. It's like they're free to do whatever the fuck they want. That's for their money. They can do whatever the fuck they want. I was like, no shit. Not that the drug part excited me. That was scary. Because of how he explained it, the confidence. That this motherfucker is jamming a needle in his neck. And he confident about it. And right on the ground, walk like ain't shit happened. I was like, oh fuck. He's like, yeah, man, I'm not going back. White dude. Not black dude, white dude. God damn.
Yeah.
How did they do that?
They're a lot like us, but they're more gangster. They're just more like rugged.
I ain't gonna say nothing stupid. They in touch with something. They in touch with something over there. I don't know what it is. But shit.
Yeah, we're soft and squishy over here, bro. Like we the snowflakes. We like the
We really are. I don't know, man. I just do my best to stand my ground. I mean, for real. It's like if I believe something, I stand on that. So I don't know. Dude, yesterday was weird for me, man. You hear me? Yesterday was weird for me, bro. Like literally everybody in the book called me. Dude, I was off yesterday. Well, not Wednesday, Tuesday. I was off Tuesday. Everybody in the book called me. Dude, ex-wife called me. I talked to her for about an hour. My homeboy I ain't talked to in about a year and a half called me, and I ain't talked to him about an hour. Somebody else texted me, and I ain't gonna mention no names. I talked to her about an hour. It's like it's a weird day, nigga. I was sitting here thinking I was about to die. I was like, shit, man, this shit never happens to me. Ever. What are you doing? Shaka, what are you doing, bro? Am I like muted or some shit? I can't hear you.
Oh shit. Mike had muted me, bro. My bad. The mic had muted me. I didn't know I was muted.
What the hell? Yeah, I could not hear you.
Yeah, it muted me, and I was looking at the Instagram picture. So when I'm on a different screen, I can't see that shit, like the little notes and stuff that they send me. I can't see it. Yeah. So
what's going on?
I'm probably about to wrap it and hop on the game, relax a little bit before I have to go to work tomorrow. Not work, school. Class. I have this damn Spanish class kicking my ass. Somebody teach me Spanish.
Shit, come on, te llamas.
Thanks for the help, Curtis.
No problem. Anytime I can help out, you know what I mean.
OMG. I need to get my life together.
Did I tell you I went to Gold Diggers?
What is that?
You don't know what Gold Diggers is?
All
right, I'll tell you about it Sunday.
It's a strip club?
Hell yeah, it's a strip club.
Figures. I don't go to strip clubs, man. I ain't trying to get these hoes my fucking money.
Well, I kind of didn't spend any of my money. It was someone else's money, so
yeah.
I still have to pay it back, but I didn't know it was going to a strip club.
Nah, I don't like this. I ain't even been going to the bar, bro. I haven't been to the bar in forever. I got a bottle of the fucking Doers sitting right here.
That's what's up. Let me see what the hell I'm doing. I'm starting to get tired, man.
Well, I'm not drinking. I just been drinking tea. I try not to drink until Friday. Friday is when I drink. I drink on Friday night, Saturday night. I don't drink during the week. I be having too much shit to do. I can't be fucking.
I hear you.
Not waking up.
Hey, this is why I had left fine dining. My workload is about to double, bro. Because shit, they got so much stuff that they need to rebuild. That's why I train where we are, man. There's so many things. So, you know why they give me the first day and the last day of training? Wow. And if I get the first day, then you know why they do it. But man, there's so much over there. Because God. And I'm talking to the managers, and I already know my damn role. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. I already know what I have to do. Whole damn job. Brand new job, bro. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Doc says, I have experience with Ukrainian and Georgian criminal element. These people scare cartel members. Basically, those are scary ass people, man. The Russians. I was talking to this lady from Ukraine, and she was telling me about like the history of a lot of the areas right there in like Kyiv. And it's like they have been like, she said she has a grandparent that have lived over there in the same area, and it has had like 7 different names. The country has been changed names 7 times just during their lifetime.
Because you said the country did what? The country changed their name 7 times?
Yeah. That's just a little bit of how, like, you know, how crazy it is over there. How much stuff they've been through. Them niggas is gangster.
Life is a flow, bro. It's a flow. It's up to you whether or not you want to go with the flow or go against it. People don't be getting that shit. Life is a flow. Shit that I don't like. You know, I don't hate. I call myself the hater of the year and all that kind of shit. Whatever. But dude, I don't hate people.
Public pronouncements he's made over the last few days, and indeed in the statement that he gave as this thin veneer of justification for his aggression, has talked about creating a wider kind of Russian empire in all but name. And so we do fear that this is the start of quite an extensive military operation. This is not just limited to the east. I think there have been military strikes across a number of parts of Ukraine. This is an invasion. This isn't a defensive measure. This is an aggressive measure, and it will be responded to by the international community in sanctions, as I say, an unprecedented.
Is it a distraction? Is it a real thing? Is it gonna get worse? Or American troops? I bet you anybody that's enlisted in the Marines, Navy, or Army right now is nervous as fuck. Because even if it doesn't turn into a full-scale issue, they still liable to deploy them niggas over there. Or somewhere close to them, or at a base somewhere in the area.
Yeah.
And then once you get there, who knows what the fuck can happen after that? I would not want to be an enlisted person right now. I would be nervous as fuck. Because this shit could turn into a whole thing. It looks like it's already turning into a whole thing, bruh. And the way they keep talking about it. I'm finna wrap it, man. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. I think I'm gonna play a song on the way out. So I did a few more little mixes and shit. I added some new shit. I'm gonna do an edit of the copyright shit. I want to try to do that because Doc said I need to do that. So I tried to do it at the beginning of this video. I don't know how it turned out. I'm gonna download this video and clip it. If it doesn't work out, I'm gonna do it again until I get it right. And then I'm gonna add that and I'm gonna play that for every video to try to protect myself because I really want to blow this channel up. So I want to protect myself because they be coming at my ass, man. My little ass channel getting my little old views. They be giving me a hard time.
That's why they did it. Leave them good, wholesome folks alone.
Don't be talking like that in front of people in public. You know better.
You know you don't know the truth.
Your skin tone tell me you don't know no truth. How could you possibly know anything with that skin tone you got?
Too dark to know. Let me tell you what it is.
Yeah, you do know something. I might as well just beat it at you.
Bro, we got a horrible ass sense of humor, man. You're not supposed to be laughing at these things. It's so fucking true. It's like you can't do nothing but laugh at it. Oh shit. You gonna beat the truth out of me? God damn. Oh, I hate this place, bro.
Reading books and things, thinking you're gonna be knowing something. Hey. You ain't gonna know nothing after I get through hitting your ass in the head.
Freaking Jay Lethal, me, you, and Jay Lethal was sitting there talking about it. He was like, "Hey man, nah, don't do that. You might become a zombie." I'm like, that doesn't sound too bad. That sounds right about good. I gotta do it. None of this shit. It's not that I'm not gonna be thinking about what the fuck you just did or said that was fucked up. It was the fact that for some reason I don't give a fuck about this. Like God.
That's sad, bro. That's kind of like taking the blue pill in the Matrix.
No, fuck that. I don't want to go through that. I don't want to go through none of that shit. Nope. It ain't that. Nigga, I still know. And I ain't saying I won't talk about it. I just don't give a fuck though. No, man. No. Ooh, can't be real. Nah, nigga, that's in existence. I'm not giving a fuck about the goddamn planet. You see it all the fucking time. Hell the fuck yes. Yes, my friend. God damn. This is right, sometimes man. It's too much, man. Sometimes it's just too much. Like honestly. Sometimes it's just too much. I'm tired of wrapping my brain around it. And then the secondary job of trying to help fucking people. It's like, dude, if you get it, I'm gonna tell you once, but if you get it, you get it. If you don't get it, then I don't give a fuck no more. I don't. I really don't. It's like if you understand, no, because I'm not gonna take the time to educate you. That's why I'm still fucking single.
We still gotta care. We gotta care. We gotta love. We gotta care enough to try.
I know, bro. I know.
Give it a chance.
I know. But at the same time, dude, fuck.
All right, man. I'm a rapper, bro.
I haven't become Jessitile or anything like that. But like it's a hell of a lot of work. With I'm not even trying to say payment. It's a hell of a lot of work with very little positive results, bro. I operate off of results. It's working. It's because I'm telling you the fucking truth. I don't care if you hate me because I get a lot of that. I get a lot of that. People hate me because I told you the truth. I'm like, dude, I'm sorry, it was the truth. Like I'm not gonna sway you from the truth because your ass is somewhere in La La Land, or I don't know. I just don't get it. I don't fucking get it. But it's very painful. It's painful.
That's gonna have to be the last word, bro. Because I'm about to wrap it. Yeah, peace and love, y'all. Thank y'all for joining. I will be back tomorrow. I'll try to make it a good show. I'm gonna get the stuff that I didn't talk about today.
Talk about crack.
Crack and peanut butter sandwiches. Yeah.
All right, bro.
All right, man. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. Peace.
Peace.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
Back and forth, and you know I'm swinging bows. I'm about to change course, go home and change your clothes. I'm looking at this bitch, it seems like she's saying no. I'ma hit the streets, though I'm supposed to be laying low. I'm following the buzz, never know which way it go. Keep on bringing heat, cause the G.O.D. say it so. Sailing on the beat, so you can't chop and play it so. She got me for a piece, now I'm about to pay the hoe. Stop smoking, switch the sweets, why I gotta take a toke. Now I got a little guac, now I gotta make it grow. Keep on thinking we some hee-haw, ma and pa folks. We gon' hit you in your teeth, we keep a buzz all closed. I've been on it 5 days, so I'm sitting sideways. Now get out of my way, or I'ma hit your Hyundai. Take a lick on my dick if you don't like what I say. I'm the shit with the shit, so we gon' do this my way. Yo, we just getting started, so go and say your grace. I'ma eat you rappers, though I won't enjoy the taste. I'm closing your estates while you bowling on the stakes. I'm rolling on the bass while you rolling on the face. Sitting on the place, not knowing I'ma take your fast, slowing and it's fake. So I'm gonna wait. Time will come, down will be done. I saw it and I said that it was great.
Mommy, what does psychotic
I got this. Man, I got this. It kinda sound like it was made just for me. Man, I got this. Nah, I got this. It kinda sound like it was made just for me. I got this. Don't try to stop this. Niggas fall down like you spitting out some hot shit. I'ma melt your bones down to the floor. If any man coming through swinging fofo.
You gon' catch an elbow from my kinfolk. We don't give a damn, we gon' smoke more dope. You can't keep up with my speech. You gon' get beat down to the street.
Nigga preach when I come with the sermon. Niggas didn't learn their lesson, but now they burning. Tossing and turning, cause you can't sleep. We decreased your earnings, now your crew can't eat.
Can't eat. Talking about it was a studio leak. Maybe it's cause your lyrics so weak. I heard Mo out of Little Bo Peep.
Plus your boy sucking dick on the late night creep. I got this.
Nah, I got this.
It kinda sounds like it was made just for me.
Man, I got this.
Nah, I got this.
It kinda sound like it was made just for me.
I got this.
Nah, I got this.
It kinda sound like it was made just for me.
I got this.
Nah, I got this.
It kinda sound like it was made just for